Hey, hey. It's a beautiful Friday. A little hot for the weather where I'm at, but today's nice, you know? Nothing crazy. Hopefully, the weather in y'all area is pretty good too. So I've kind of already been playing a bit. I was trying to get like dailies done on my alts before getting on today, because Fridays for me tend to be pretty packed. I tend to do my stream, then get off, eat dinner, and then after dinner, usually me and my boys do our abyssals on all of our alts and characters and stuff. So it is a pretty hectic day sometimes. What do we have? Snowpang? Do some snowballing today. But yeah, so we got the I was able to get the destroyer to 1370 yesterday. So now he's just missing his legendary gear. I'm gonna so I'll be doing his hard mode abyssals today, so he'll be able to get some gear from that, and then I might try to see if I can get him into like a phase 2 Argos run, maybe. I have to look if that gives me enough stuff to craft the last 2 pieces, or the like, because generally if you go the other route where it's like you know, the way people were doing it like before, when it was still pretty fresh to get to tier 3, where it was like to get the legendary stuff, you got to 1370, you did Oreha hard mode 1 and 2, and then you went and did you would go and then do Argos phase 1, and then you'd get 5 pieces of legendary gear, and then on the reset you would then do 2 more Orehas, and then you would have a full legendary set. I'm gonna try to see if maybe I'd have to check out the math. I think I'd have to do all 3 phases to be able to do. If I have to do all 3 phases, I don't know, we'll see. I don't think I'd be able to do it this week, so he'll probably have to wait till next week to get a full legendary set, which kind of sucks. But at least we can hone away on the stuff that we do have. We still have, when it comes to Great Honor Leapstones, it's a bit tight. I only have like, what is this, 68? But we still had a pretty good amount left over from the hoarding for when we went through it, because to be honest, the Leapstones was really where we hit the gap. And this was with farming like Honor Leapstones on 4 characters, at least doing like full rested rotations. But even then it wasn't enough. Granted, I did kind of fuck up because I forgot that I had held on to these are boss rush tickets entrances, and I forgot I held on to them, and I could have saved some gold at the end, because I ended up buying like 150-ish bound honor leapstones from, or like unbound honor leapstones from the auction house. These are the 4 that were left over after converting the excess, because I didn't even need all 150. I think I could have been sufficed with 120. But it is what it is. We converted it, and so now we're kind of like in a bit more of a chill kind of recoup money mode. I need to put some fusion materials to craft, both for 13, like both for the purple stuff and then the legendary stuff. So the more gold is going to go down the drain. But I've been selling destroyer, at least like I sold the 1 destroyer gem yesterday, a level 5 one, and then I have a level 6 one up for sale right now. I'm hoping that sells to help kind of like hold me over a bit. We'll do 4, or at least to kind of like recoup, because I need to make a lot of these fusion materials to we'll do 3 of these to kind of get stuff rolling. But again, it's gonna be pretty chillax. There's not really gonna be much. We're gonna work our way through the express missions that we can do. So I plan on doing stuff like the necromancer, like the tier 1 abyssals, because I knowledge transferred Rohendel and last night. That finished. So we're gonna try to do that. We can do the first 3 abyssal ones. I have to quest through Phaeton because I'm too much of a cheap bastard to the knowledge transfer Phaeton. So I also wish these were like roster bound. I don't know. Is what it is. But yeah, so I'll probably try to get these abyssals done on stream today. But today's gonna be pretty chill because I was pretty like high, like rare, like just go the whole time yesterday. And to be honest, like I stayed up late, like later than I usually would. Like I stayed up to like 3 in the morning because I had spent so much time on my destroyer that I just didn't have time to I'd basically forgotten about all my ults, and then I kind of like I didn't do everything that they had, right? I did like I did their Una daily tasks, and then on one of them I did like on one or two of them I did their daily chicken quest, because in case you don't know, the chicken quest is once per character. Like you can do it once a day per character, so it's kind of annoying if I'm perfectly honest. Like it kind of pisses me off a bit because the last like 2 characters I did it on, quite a lot of people were on the instance I was in, so I had to like wait a bit for shit to respawn, and I'm really bad at aiming the net, so. And then a lot of times like the chicken will stand still for like 3 hours, and then I throw the net, and like midway through the net like being flung, the chicken's like, you know what, fuck this play, I'm out. So it is it takes me a little bit. I do like this, like I like how that people like the scrapper skin. I have this weird thing where like I was talking with friends of mine where they were like, yo, the new scrapper skin is so sick, and I'm like, I like the weapons. I don't care much for the actual armor, but the weapons are cool, which is why I spent like 3.5k on them like day one, when I could have probably waited a bit and they would have come down in price. But I'm waiting for the destroyer armor. Which one? Not the Shoeshire Will one, the other one. The Final Dawn. I'm waiting for this to come down in price because I want this. I like this one better than I like the Shoeshire's Will set, to be honest. And then I bought the Noble Banquet weapon for Destroyer because to be honest, I don't feel like this preview does it very much justice. But when I saw like someone actually have it in game running around with it, it looked fantastic. I might pick this up if it goes cheaper, but probably not. And then I might end up getting, like, I do like the chest piece and the pants for the Shoeshire's Will set. So if those get to what I consider a reasonable price, I'll probably buy it. But for now, he's gonna have to make do with the, you know, the shitty skins that I was running on my warrior, or on my berserker, sorry, which is the Alara chest piece and the Omen pants. So he's gonna just have to make do with that bit. So we're just gonna head over. We're gonna do the chicken daily on him just to get it done and out of the way. We'll do his Una daily tasks, and then his chaos dungeons, and then after that we will go to he's not sure. And then after that we will go and just do, you know, do the abyssals, the tier 1s, and then the first tier 2 abyssal and stuff like that, and just get those knocked out of the way. The fact you can ocean liner to the event island is fantastic. So in case you're like, man, I don't want to like change any of my Bifrost points or anything, you can, once you step foot on the island, you don't need to like Bifrost there anymore. You could literally just ocean liner there every time. So also he has the eternal torture of waiting another, I think Sunday he should be able to do the weekly tasks, which sucks. That means I have to wait till Sunday to do my boss rushes. But oh shit, what is this? Oh, this is for PvE and PvP, or GVG and GVE. This is cool. I didn't know this. I have to look into the new guild stuff that they put in the game. I haven't done a lot of research on it, and we were kind of interested on it for like as a group, like the couple of us here, we were kind of interested, and I'm kind of trying to see if that'll like kind of get the people who don't play very consistently, then maybe at least be like, yo, hey, we got some like guild stuff we can do together if y'all like want to join in, that kind of stuff. Because with the GVE, from what I understand, if you get a good enough like ranking, you can get gold for like the guild, like for the guild members and stuff like that, for distribution. And so I think maybe we could, I'd have to look into it. I don't know how many people you need for it. Also, I saw some people didn't like the Artillerist one, and I was like, it's thematic. I mean, is it the best looking skin in the world? I would say, I mean, it looks very similar to the Platinum Founder skin in my opinion. It's just instead of like being curved, it's more like angular, but I think it fits the theme of Artillerist very well. The weapon, I kind of don't really care for it too much, personally, but the armor's pretty thematic. Like if I had an Artillerist, I'd probably get it, or I'd probably try to buy it. I think for the skins, you know what? I'll do a quick like sweep through in the shop for the skins, and I'll give my opinions on which ones, because some of the ones they made new for the classes that technically didn't exist at the time are fantastic. Like they're so nice. So we're just gonna do a quick sweep. We're gonna go over the, I think they're called the Dawn of Light series. I'm thinking that's what these skins are called. So this is the Destroyer one. This is the white one. Don't really care for it. I've never been someone who likes light colors for the most part. I usually run pretty dark colors. So I don't care for the helmet. The helmet's kind of garbage, and the weapon model is also kind of garbage. Like this gap here, that's not a hammer. But I do like the actual armor itself, because it's basically like World of Warcraft Death Knight, and I'm a sucker for like World of Warcraft Death Knight armor. We'll expand it out so you can see. So it looks pretty cool. I mean, it hella clips the face into the shoulder, the neck ruffles, but it's pretty sick. So we'll start from where are we? Those are the general ones. All right, so Beserkers is, I want this one for Beserker. I want to get the armor. The armor is pretty nice. I prefer like darker colors usually. So the sword is kind of cool. I think it has animation. Yeah, it like opens and closes when you pull it in and out. So if it gets pretty cheap, I might buy it. But I like my Omen, my Omen sword. But I do like the armor. I'll probably try to get the armor. That's that one. This is this one. So pretty cool. Oh, that just closes that stuff. The Gunlancer one, I kind of don't really care for it personally. It's too I don't know, it's got too much shit going on. It seems like they took Stormwind and then they just put it on the Gunlancer. I mean, the weapon's kind of cool. I prefer the Omen weapon better personally, for the model. But the motifs and stuff and the colors, like for instance in this one you can't even see half the details, right? There's no like, they kind of dropped the ball on detailing. Like the lion like the lion shoulders literally just look like a black blob, because there's no details on the lion helm, on the lion shoulders, to kind of like give them, like make stuff pop. And it's all glossy, so it kind of just like, I don't know, it like melts together. The same thing with the shield. There's not enough details. Like the eyes are there, but there's not enough details to really make the face pop. So it's like, why even do it, right? I think if they had gone with like maybe instead of like a black color, maybe with like a gunmetal gray color or something that could give it a bit more texture, would have looked better. At least a weapon, but can't really say I'm a fan of the Gunlancer one. The Paladin one's pretty nice. I think the Paladin one's pretty cool. It has potential. I know a lot of people don't like, and I also agree with them. I don't understand why they didn't like connect the sleeves to the gloves. They just left it like open. But I mean, even then, really nice. The sword's really cool. I really like what they did with the sword. But it looks really nice and has a little glow effect on it already. So, and then the edgy version is right here, and the sword on this one is also very cool. And you can kind of see what I was getting at here. Like, it's not as bad as the Gunlancer one because it has the glow, and the glow kind of like accents it really well, and it adds like, it makes some of the features pop, like the filler in the middle, and then you can still kind of see the inscriptions put on it. because it's not a like it's not black, right? It's like a darkish gray color is on the sword, so details still kind of pop out even if they're not like highlighted, and that's what I wish they had done on the Gunlancer one. But then again, these for any of the classes that were like launch day classes, you have to remember that those skins are like some of the first skins they ever made. But for the Paladins, y'all have a pretty good win here, at least definitely on the sword. I think the armor part's going to come down kind of to personal taste, and this one specifically, something to remember is, if I'm mistaken, it's like that for all of them, but yeah, so the chest piece and the pants are one whole piece, so that's a little unfortunate in my opinion. I kind of wish it was like chest piece was by itself and the pants were by themselves, so you could like mix and match stuff, because I think the Paladin one would be even more popular if you could do that. Here's the Bard one. It's really flamboyant, very like ostentatious, I guess you could say, but I like the details. Like, it's very nice. Like, you see, like this is kind of what I wish they had done with the Gunlancer. So with the light colors, you know, there's a good contrast with the gold and the white, and it's really fancy and whatever. But then with the dark colors, they left, you know, it's black, right? And so it kind of like cancels out some of the ruffles and stuff, or you would expect it to. But unlike the Gunlancer one, they had accents all over the place, right? You have gold and red accents, so it makes things pop and it makes things look really nice, and you can still see the ruffles and all that kind of stuff. And it's very well done, and like, it's probably not everybody's cup of tea, but I do think it's a very nice like outfit, and like, it's not my taste. Like, I wouldn't wear this even if I had a Bard, but I do think design wise it's very good. Then the Sorceress is one of the new ones. Very nice, very nice. You can have like a Ice Witch look going, or like, you know, a Black Mage kind of vibe going. I really think that both of them have been pretty popular. I've seen quite a lot of like Sorcs run both colors. I think these are fantastic. It's very, so I guess you could say it's very like witch-esque. Like, it's very witch-esque without going like full Halloween style. And again, it has a glow. Basically, this is going to be a running theme with like all the new ones, at least. Is any ones they made new has like a little glow on the weapon for some stuff. And in some cases, it's more noticeable than others. But I really think the details on these are going to be nice. Now, the issue with this is I think this is going to be popular, and I think people are going to like it, but this is also going to compete with Neria's Wardrobe's like dress that they brought. That's, you know, dyeable, and you can put patterns and stuff on it. So I think that's probably, you might see like some people who probably like a more like witch aesthetic, because even the, you know, the white version, to me, this feels like an Ice Witch kind of vibe. I still think it's still going to be pretty popular, and I still think people are going to like it. It's very well done. I very much like it. The Wardancer one has a little much going on, but again, you know, they have accents on the darker version. It still looks pretty cool in my opinion. I think I do like the weapons. The weapons are pretty cool. They're a little spikier than I would like for gauntlets, but shoot, get out of here. I'm doing skin review. But I still think that it's pretty well designed. The colors are pretty nice. It's different, but again, it's probably not going to be everybody's cup of tea, because again, remember, if it's a launch day class, these skins are like the first ones that they like did for these classes. It's like one of the first, and they had a very like specific style they were trying to go for, and in some cases it worked, in some cases it didn't. So like, for instance, Scrapper, which a lot of people love, and I like the weapons. The outfit's nice, don't get me wrong, it's just not my style. It's too much going on. But I love it. Like, I love the dragon wings, and I love the dragon motifs and aesthetics. I personally bought the silver gauntlets because I like the Noble Banquet armor, and so they paired up nicely. If I went for the gold one, I'd have to recolor the suit, and I don't have enough tint for that. But it's very nice. Like, again, it has a lot of like accents and a lot of like a good contrast between like the dark red and then like either the gold or like the silver and white. I personally like the silver and white one. I think the gold one is a little too much, has a little too much shit going on for it, right? But I think for the silver one has like, it's just enough, right? It pops just enough. And then as you can notice, it has this cool motif where you have like a phoenix bird on like one shoulder, and then you have like the dragon wing on the other shoulder, which is really cool. It's very, very well done. Very well done. Very cool. I know a lot of people like who didn't know this existed, or maybe hadn't paid attention to like the load screens. Like, when they saw it, they were like, that shit is fantastic. And for me, the weapons. All right, so the thing with Scrapper, these weapons, these gauntlets are so big, right? Because they're massive. Like, people probably aren't gonna like the gauntlets because of the size. I love the gauntlets. I love big gauntlets. Like, give me like ridiculously huge fists to just punch people with, and it's great. But These gauntlets are so big that so Scrapper has this little effect that I don't think most people realize, that when they use an ability, their weapons glow. Like they change colors depending on like the tripod color effects. And so if you use the shock ability, it'll be like green more often than not, and it'll turn your whole gauntlet green. And with these ones, they're so big that you can see it like in combat when like shit's going crazy. You can see it because they're so massive, and it was a feature that you really couldn't tell before, and you can with these, and I love it because the whole thing changes color. It's not like the front part or anything. No, this whole piece from elbow to fist changes color, and it looks so cool when you do it. So that's another win for me for the Scrapper. The Soulfist, I think a lot of people have seen this one. I don't like it. It has a lot of shit going on personally, and the darker version has the same problem that the Gunlancer version had, is that there's not enough accents. There's too much black and not enough accents to kind of like make things like pop for how much stuff is going on, especially on the shoulders. Like the shoulders just, I mean, I guess maybe again like this, but it's still like the shoulders look like a mess to me personally in black compared to in white, because in white they have that silver part in the middle to kind of like accent it, to make it pop a little bit and give it some distinction. And but even then, in general, it for me this just has too much fun, so I don't personally like it. Other people probably like it, I just don't. Glaivier got a really nice one. I want to get this. They have a white one, and then they have the darker version one, which is the one I want, which is I think the one most people want. It's very nice, very much like. I like the armor. I probably won't get the weapon. The weapon's cool, don't get me wrong. But I like the armor. It's like just the right amount of like fancy with just the right amount of just I'm gonna whoop your ass still, that it's enough for me. But that one's probably gonna be expensive for one. I'm gonna have to wait for that one to get out. Also, I'm gonna ignore this special package so I don't flip shit about it. Let's see, Striker also is another one that got a new one. This one's definitely gonna be probably more, I guess you could call it like low-hanging fruit-esque with the actual armor piece. The weapons they're not terrible, but they're not great either. And then the helmet's kind of fucking weird. Like, I don't know what they were trying to do with the helmet, but the armor itself, because remember, this is also like all in one, but the pants and the chest piece. I think the armor, like the actual armor stuff, like fantastic. You hit the nail on the head. Because it kind of has, like, it's giving me slight like Wukong vibes, right? And that kind of stuff, which is generally what I feel like a lot of this, some of the older armors, like the tier 2 armor set for Striker definitely has that like Wukong vibe going, and so this kind of also has it in a way, and I really like it. I'm probably gonna get it when it comes down in price, because these are super expensive right now. I think like people are trying to sell them for like 11,000 gold at the moment, just a chest piece and pants, and I'm like, bruh, I'd rather just buy the blue. Let's just buy with blue crystals and say fuck it. Let's see what we got here. Oh, this is the Deathblade one, another one. This is one of the ones that it's kind of hard to tell, like, so you can see with this variant, the blue color, this one, it's like it has the effect, but it's like a silverish gray color, so it's kind of hard to see. I will say something of note is the armor difference is so negligible, because the only real difference is the hood color. As you can see, it turns kind of, it goes from being like all black with like the like subdued gray silver effect to the weapons, to a blue hood with, I don't know if you can't, oh shit, that's bright as fuck. No, we'll leave it in black. To a bluish hood with the blue effect on the end cape, with the bluish effect on the weapons. The weapon model itself looks awesome. Like, I think these are legit, but I feel a little lazy when it comes to the recolor. I think they could have just gone like a full blue set and it would have been fine, but they stuck with like the all black assassin. The Shadowhunter I think had the same issue, like all black, and then it's like so dark red that it kind of doesn't make much of a color difference. But their weapons are probably the weapons I like the most, personally, from the new classes. This is gonna be bright as hell, but even though you can still, it's still kind of hard to see. But their weapons are so good. It's too bad that the most popular builds, you're not going to see them like 90% of the time, because they're going to be in demonic mode. But those weapons are very, very fantastic. I do like how nice the new skins are, because these skins didn't exist before our region, from what I understand. So, all right, the Deadeye one, or the Sharpshooter. Basically, the Sharpshooter and the Deadeye one, I'll kind of spoil it ahead of time. They're both garbage in my opinion. They don't look very good. I think the sharpshooter one, I think the actual armor itself could, like, you could probably work with it and make it, like, you know, do something for you, but I still think it's just too much shit going on one side, right? Like, I feel like if they had gotten rid of this wing part here, right, like this just part sticking out, I think that would have been perfectly fine. I think it would have looked much better without that giant, like, big ass wing going there. Then we'll look at the Deadeye one, because I was looking at it for a while. I was like, this is so bad. Again, same problem. Like, what is this? What is this? They were really, like, leaning into the whole, like, Devil Hunter theme that was originally what Deadeye was called in the other regions. And then it's just too much going on. Like the skeletal dragon with the feathers, and then like the guns, like the shotgun looks kind of cool. But it's just too much. It's just too much going on. And then the Artillerist one, which some people haven't really been a fan of. I like it. Well, I think it's thematic. I think it looks cool. Like, I'd use the armor, like the actual armor itself. I'd use it because I think it's very thematic to the Artillerist style. I guess you could probably, this is probably where they got the first ideas for the for like the Scouter, because this armor looks pretty similar to the Scouter when he's in transformation. But I think it's really cool. I think it's pretty fitting. I don't like the weapon though. I don't like the weapons when they do this weird thing where they kind of like split open, and then the thing comes out the middle, like the Gatling. Like I kind of want it. I wish it was just like one whole piece. Like, this looks much better than when it like pops out, to me personally. But I think the armor's pretty solid in my opinion. And then Gunslinger has a pretty stylish look, but it's the same thing that they had. You can kind of tell that all of their color, they spent all of their color mental juice on the Striker and the Sork, because the rest of the new classes, like, they kind of, I don't want to say cut corners, but it feels like they did for the recolors, because both of these outfits are very similar in color. I think this color, it's like, it's not completely like black, right? Like, it's got a kind of different sheen to it compared to this one, but it's so similar in color that it's hard to tell the difference if you don't stop and stare at it and be like, what is different about this? And then the feather's like a different color, but I think I like their weapons better than the Deadeye, because it's the, you know, it's the thing with the, like I was saying with the Deadeye has too much going on, right? I like very sleek, very not too crazy when it comes to like normal firearms, like, you know, because it's pistols, a shotgun, and a sniper rifle. Like, I don't like it when it has too much shit going on. I like it when it's pretty simple and like sleek, and, you know, that kind of jazz. But that's basically it for the skin review. All in all, I think they're a very nice addition. I know a lot of people were kind of like bitching and moaning. I was trying to figure out how to say it nicely, but there's a lot of people bitching and moaning on the forums, like, why would you choose that one? Like, nobody cares. But I'm like, bro, there's some nice stuff in those skins. Whether it's the weapon or like the helmet or stuff like that, like, there's some nice stuff in those skins. Like, shut your mouth. Just because you don't like them, don't generalize the rest of us into your shenanigans. Like, I like them. I like all of them. Like, you know, except for the Gunlancer one. The Gunlancer one. Well, except for the Gunlancer, the Deadeye, and the Sharpshooter one. Those are kind of trash. The rest of them I like. I like the rest of them. They're all really good. I think they have pieces that definitely you can go together. The only, like, again, the only thing I'm kind of sad about is it's all one piece. Like, it's a chest piece and pants. Like, you can't split them up. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like and again, it's one of the older skins, right? So probably at the time, like, they hadn't thought about splitting it up. Maybe, I don't know. Actually, no, because no. Well, actually, no. I think those predate the Omen skins. So, but you know, it's just it's a little unfortunate. I feel like those skins could have been even, like, I think they would have had a better reception if they weren't like one actual armor piece for the chest and the pants. But, you know, there's not much we can work with. And obviously, you know, they could have split the chest and pants for the newer editions, but at that point it probably would have left some people jaded if they're playing like the older classes, because they would have been like, well, why aren't ours like two different pieces? And so I think for fairness they made it like one whole piece, which I can kind of respect. I wouldn't personally have cared if they had made like the newer stuff like two individual pieces and left the older stuff as one piece, because they probably can't even split the older costume. Like it's probably literally just made from the ground up in as one piece. So they probably have to completely reconstruct the costumes, and some of the costumes probably wouldn't look very well like split up. Like for instance, the Scrapper costume, I don't think if you just wore like the pants or the chest by itself without wearing the other half of it, I don't think it would look very good, because I'm pretty sure that that whole thing was designed just to and constructed to go all together and just look the way it looks. So, oh, that didn't kill. Ooh. I forget. I don't. Do I have it? Don't I have it? I do have it level 10. So, I guess heavy. Oh, but heavy crush has like the law of the jungle thing. But the weapons are definitely a win. I think the variations in weapons that they've given us, especially for the newer classes or the new versions, I think are very, very nice. Very well done. Very, very top of tier. So, especially like the Sork staff. I think the Sork staff is probably going to be a pretty popular one. For Destroyer, I honestly really like the Noble Banquet hammer. It's got a lot going on, but still being kind of, well, at least the color one I chose, which was the black and silver one, but still being kind of like reserved. But then you can also dye it, so you can dye it. I could do like that, like part of it red. Even the part of it like is undyeable. Like there is a part that's like can't dye it. So, but it's still pretty cool. It's still pretty cool. I like it. I personally like it. Gives me some options to work with. I just wish I could buy more than one. I could get like the other color options, or at least see how they dye, right? Because like the Scrapper gauntlets, I think you can dye everything on it. But for this one, for some reason, you can't dye the that last slot. Like that last slot is permanently black, which luckily I like. I would generally leave the hammer like part itself black. Like what I'll probably change would be like the details, but I still find it odd. Like I don't know, maybe that's a bug, or if that's just how this one's intentionally done. Actually, since I'm here, let me finish.
You certainly don't fit in this shabby place.
I'm gonna have to do this quest line later anyway to unlock the Gate of Paradise raid for the express mission, so I might as well just get part of it done now. Alright, so we got these. I need to work on doing the bonus stuff. Fatespire 15. Fatespire 15. I need to do the tier 2? Or is this... Yeah, I think that's the tier 2 one, right? Yeah. Fuck. See, this is where I get kind of annoyed, right? Like why couldn't this be clear boss rush, Hall of Silence, or Hall of Sun like level 9, and then give you a choice between tier 2 and tier 3 shards? And then I need to go do tier 1 cube, tier 2 cube, and then do the Fate and Chaos Gate, which it doesn't say loot, so I should be able to do it after like doing my own Chaos Gate. At least it gives me the cube tickets from here. This one I'm gonna have to just like roll for oh, please be 15 and like 30. Like if it's 15 and then like 50, I'm gonna be, actually I don't know, we'll clear these, we'll do these. Like again, we're gonna, today is basically like just try to get as much of the express missions done as we can, so that way we can kind of just clear this up. It's still gonna take me a bit, so like I've done the 6 soul harvest for the first page for level 1 guardians, and started, and I need to do to basically to tomorrow I'll finish with Chromanium, I think. No, I won't. So basically what I'm gonna end up doing is I'm gonna be doing like Guardian raids like every other day. It's gonna happen. Because I am not gonna waste my time doing 2 Guardian raids in the same day. We'll just go up, because we have to go up. We have to walk over there anyway. I'm not gonna do 2 Guardian raids every day for like those pages, so I'd rather just do them every other day and just not care to get out of it, because like it's still gonna take us a while, right? So like tomorrow I'll do 1 Chromanium and then just start brewing. Like I'll do a Chromanium and then I'll do a tier 3, right? And then after that I'll do it like every other day, because it's still like, even if I did it every day, it's still gonna take me a while, right? Because it would be like, because I only have 1 more day of rested bonus, so tomorrow I'll finish 1 more page of Chromanium, and then I'll do like Night Fox Yoho, and then it would be, I mean, I guess I could do 2 every day. I'll just do them before stream or something because it's boring, and then do 2 Chromaniums, 2 of the tier 2, and then do tier 2 1 2 3, and then do the second one 1 2 3. Like basically I'm not going to be done with the express mission until next Saturday, because I have to do those, because like that's the annoying part, is they should have just been like just kill that shit, right? Like I don't know why they're like, oh well, like you need to harvest the Guardian Soul. Like why? All right, we're gonna go do the training room one real quick. I think it's the weak point one, so we can get some destruction, some free destruction grenades, destruction bombs, and stagger bomb. Weak point. I'm pretty sure that was the one. Oh, this is the gravity compression one. This one's kind of cool. Ching. Okay, and then I think I need to do the stagger one. Oh, they were really bad at giving you like abilities for this. They didn't give you heavy crush. Just bad. Just bad. Heavy crush is the one ability as a destroyer that you literally can't get rid of. You always use it, so that way you're not wasting cores. Alright, so we finished that. Oh, I just needed to do the weak point one. Oh, that's fine. So basically, we're almost done with the first page. Have to do the abyssal dungeons, and then finish. And then tomorrow we'll be done with the Una daily tasks across all of the levels, because the Una daily tasks and the chaos dungeons, luckily, they're not restricted. Like you don't have to go and do lower. Like you don't have to go do specific. Oh, do like 9 Una daily tasks in North Vern, do 9 in like Yorn, do like that kind of stuff, right there. It's just do 9 Una daily tasks, and then the chaos dungeon, because that's the one where it gets like people will kind of go what, because if you mouse over the chaos dungeon one, go over here, you mouse over. I already finished all the chaos dungeon ones, by the way, because I did 6 chaos dungeons yesterday, because I'd saved 4 bottles of the grape juice, the resonance potion. I just did them all yesterday. But as you can see, this says clear chaos dungeon Vern resonance level 1 or above, consumes aura of resonance 6 times. Now, because it said level 1 or above, it basically meant that if you did what I did and you pushed all the way to tier 3, doing your tier 3 chaos dungeons completed the chaos dungeons for all the levels. But then the issue is that for the Guardian Souls, they said level 1 Guardian Soul harvest. And that's why people go, what? When they look at the express mission, because you're like, so why did the chaos dungeons go have level 1 or above, but then the Guardian raids went out of your way to not make it level 1 or above, right? Like you said, you have something in the system that's 1 or higher, but then the other one isn't 1 or higher, and they're both equally important. Like, Chaos Dungeons is your main source of shards for that tier, while Guardian Soul is your main source of leapstones for that tier. Like, you can get leapstones from Chaos Dungeons, but this is still a big chunk, you know? So, it's weird. It's weird, but it's whatever. What can we do about it? Nothing. Also, I need to kind of like finish the battle item one. I need to do that. I need to go harvest. Let's see. I need to do this one. I need to do this one. This one's a waste of time because these are the RNG pouches. This one's also a waste of time because these are RNG pouches. And Cleotis is the only one that's worth doing if you haven't done it. If you're like missing a bunch of them, it's really the only one. You're like tier 3. It's the only one worth going back and doing because it gives you some tier 2 gems, which is roster bound, and then another 300 gold coins. Collectibles. All right, I need to do this. I forgot about this. I forgot that I was gonna, like, I thought about doing this ahead of time and then just collecting these pouches on, like, character. Yeah, yesterday, like, in my excitement for Destroyer, like, half of my plans just went out. I just didn't remember them. I was just so, like, go, 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 instead of, because, like, a lot of it was stuff that I, like, not even on the prep list. Like, it's stuff I forgot to put on the prep list, right? Like, saving, using the boss rush tickets, that kind of jazz. So I should have made a checklist. I should have made a secondary checklist for myself for every little individual thing and then just followed it. Because there's a lot of stuff I kind of like forgot that I could have done like earlier in the day that I can't do now. But it is all good. So we're going to do the Chaos Dungeons and then we'll go do the Abyssal Dungeon. And then hopefully those will go through pretty easily. Unfortunately, since I was such in a rush, I didn't do them when they were like relevant content, which I only really would have been able to do the Necromancer one anyway, because I didn't finish Yorn until after I was like 1370. I could have gotten some extra gold, but it doesn't really matter. Do for the express mission, maybe a chance of getting like a Carmine or another Delay in Armament, which, mind you, I got a Delay in Armament yesterday from the chicken legendary packs, which means the game is about to make me regret not doing a soulless run on the Destroyer. I can feel it. The game is about to give me like a Carmine here soon, and I'm gonna be like, shit, I should have done the I should have done the stupid soulless run. Because the whole reason I talked myself out of doing a soulless run yesterday, like waking up early before stream and doing a soulless run, is I wanted to I was like, I'm still missing 2 legendary cards, and I'm like, the chances of getting those is pretty slim. And then while Carmine's like guaranteed way of getting a Carmine card isn't really that bad to do, Delay in Armament required like 10 Ignia tokens to get. So it's kind of like, I was like, you know, if I don't get a Delay in Armament, it's gonna take me forever to like actually get the tokens for it. So that's how I talked myself out of doing doing the soulless run. And then the game literally on the same day is like, oh, by the way, here's a Delay in Armament card, so you don't have to like worry about getting those Ignia tokens. And I was like, son of a bitch. So I think the gem might have just sold. No, actually no, not the gem sold. The whatchamacallit, the I forgot to put the Hammer of Wrath stuff. What's it called? The fusion materials finished crafting. First batch. Also, I don't know what's going on. For me, like, Chaos Dungeons, like, and this isn't like an on-stream thing, this is like just in general, are so choppy right now. Like, it feels like, I don't feel like it's lagging, I just feel like, I guess like maybe my frame rate is just tanking, but system-wise, it's not doing anything. Like, when I checked my system, like, my system was running normal, and then, so like I don't think it's that. And then it was just like ooh, gold. And it's only like it's only happened to me so far in Chaos Dungeons. It hasn't happened to me in Like, it doesn't happen to me in Guardian raids. It doesn't happen to me. We'll find out if it happens in Abyssals, but I doubt it happens in Abyssals. Like, for some weird reason, it's just... It's only in Chaos Dungeon and in, like, the regular, like, Chaos Dungeon stuff. Actually, there it kind of, like, lagged a little bit, but still. Also, that gold room is nice, because, help pay off. Yeah, right. How's it? Is the crafting stuff. Help kind of, like, recoup some of the gold I spent. I spent a lot of gold yesterday. I think I spent roughly 20,000 gold to get him from tier 1 to tier 2. Alright, yeah. So it's not just me. Like I was, because I have some friends who were telling me that they didn't have the choppiness going, and I was like, well, maybe it's me. And then, like, so I'm glad to know it's not. So I'm assuming they probably did something, or with the update, like maybe something got messed up in the coding, because, you know, there's a pretty decent chunk of bugs with this one. So I don't know if maybe something got, like, crossed in the codes or something like that. I hope they fix it soon, because I could especially imagine if you get, like, if you have, like, motion sickness, that kind of choppiness is probably pretty rough to deal with. Because I know I have a couple friends that, like, they have, like, pretty bad motion sickness, like, in real life, and then when they play a game that doesn't have, like, steady frames, they literally can't play it because it activates their motion sickness really badly, and they basically feel like they're about to throw up, and that's not very good. So I do hope they fix it, because that's kind of bad. But we'll see. I guess I could, maybe I could do a post on the forums, or maybe I could, like, see if someone made a post on the forums, because I think the biggest things that are kind of going on the forums at the moment is how honing is bugged right now to go past plus 15 for some armor for some people. Like, if you haven't gone past it already, and then the reputation, the rapport stuff for Sasha and all that is also bugged at the moment. Yeah, oh yeah, I bet. That probably didn't help either. It was just drinking a beer and just be like, oh shit, what's going on? But yeah, I hope they fix it, because it happened to me on one of the previous updates. I want to say, well, actually, I think it happened to me on the April update also, where it was kind of like choppy, like when the April update first came out, and then, like, they kind of slowly fixed it over time, and then it was fine, like, this last week, and then now again with this update, now it's, like, back, and I'm just like, yo, like, what are y'all doing? Like, y'all need to figure this stuff out, because this is not good. Not good at all. Also, bro, like, Destroyer takes the least amount of damage out of all of my classes in Chaos Dungeons. It's because of that shield that you get when you push your purple buttons. Oh man, it's so good. So good. And I mean, it's funny because, like, we still have plenty to look forward to this month. Still, because, like, you know, everybody's focused on the update, but we're also supposed to be getting the roadmap for the next 2 months. Sometime before, like, you know, in the next, like, week and a half, basically. Because Rocks keep saying that they plan on giving it to us before June, so that's only really, like, roughly about a week and a half left. So I imagine maybe it's probably gonna be, like, just before June. I'd be kind of surprised if they gave us the roadmap, like, next week, like, following Vaulton. Because I think they kind of want to keep the hype centered around, like, Vaulton and Descaluda and that kind of stuff. Well, mostly Vaulton. Even though I do find it funny that they did a video for, like a promo video for Lost Ark about, like, how your journey continues, that kind of thing, and then a thumbnail for it they put Vaulton, but if you watch the actual video, it doesn't show Vaulton at all. It just shows all the content we had up till Vaulton, and I thought that was kind of funny. I was like, you can't just put Vaulton in the thumbnail and then, like, not put him in the video. That's kind of a bait and switch, because I was curious, like, what they had him in the video, and so I watched the whole video, and then it's like, bro, these are fights I've seen the whole time. Like, why are you showing me this again on the video? But I guess they're trying to, like, entice people who, I don't know, maybe left the game or didn't play, like, you know, haven't played it yet, because as popular as Lost Ark was in the first, like, week or so, like, if you actually look at, like, the niche for games and stuff, it's, I guess I'd say it's probably, like, pretty average. It's nothing too crazy for popularity, which, I mean, is kind of par for the course. Like, I think a lot of people kind of grossly overestimated how popular an MMO would be, because MMOs in general don't, like, they have they spike up and down, you know. It's pretty hard for them to keep a oh shit, I didn't even see him spawn. Payback's a bitch, baby. Oh, that didn't kill him? Excuse me? I didn't charge it long enough. I should have charged it for a little bit more. With that one, you have to be careful, because if you charge it for too long, and then it's like, so for instance, the priest, the Sacrian priest for that room, they tend to like teleport sometimes. So if they teleport just as it's finishing casting, you could literally just whiff your whole awakening, and it kind of sucks. But yeah, it's just takes a little practice. I popped it a little early, but part of that's also just like stats, because I've gotten pretty lucky on the destroyer. Well, quote unquote lucky. I mean, he had 6 whole rested runs of Chaos Dungeon yesterday, and he was able to at least get a majority of accessories with the right main stat on it. So for purple, but now hopefully he can get we can just try to get some like I'm hoping he gets good legendary accessories later today, because after stream I'll be running his abyssal dungeons for Oreha, and then maybe trying to do like an Argos run. Maybe I'll look into it. It'll kind of depend on if other people want to do it in my group, but basically I just gotta hope that those roll pretty well, because for this first week obviously I can't roll the bloods and the stars for accessories, because I have to use those for crafting armor. And this one. But man, this destroyer's so much fun. I already know he's gonna be a little frustrating to like figure out, because or at least the first time to play him, because he's pretty slow, and even with like supercharge and all that kind of stuff, and if you had like the swiftness, it would still take a bit to kind of get it done. But I'm just gonna treat it like when I was learning Shock Training Scrapper, because before Destroyer came out I was maining a Shock Training Scrapper while I was waiting, and to be honest, like her death rattle, like a lot of her abilities just feel slow, so I'm kind of used to having to learn the bosses a bit more and kind of just get with it. It's just Destroyer is, I think, a tad bit slower than Scrapper, just especially mobility wise, because Scrapper has like Charging Blow and you have like True Rising Fist and stuff like that. For movement, if you're playing Shock, if you're playing Taijutsu, you're just fast as shit, because you have like Dragon's Advent and Charging Blow on pretty low cooldowns, because you run Swiftness. Let's see, epics. Legendaries, are any of these any good? No. Unfortunate. Unfortunately for Destroyer, there's not a lot of chance to make money on tripods without sacrificing your own tripods, because gravity training as a build just kind of doesn't work right now. It's kind of in a rough spot if you were looking to do gravity training, because they nerfed the identity of Destroyer a long time ago, because it was kind of overpowered back in the day, and then they never really did anything about it again, and they didn't touch it at all when they did the class rebalance, with this class balance patch. So it's kind of like it's in this weird state where I think I saw a build on the Korean side where they were trying to do like 3 hammer of rage and like 1 gravity training, which was interesting. Like, it was a weird like pick, because like the problem with like Hammer of Wrath and gravity training is that they're completely opposite of each other, because gravity training is all about getting into your identity constantly, but when you're in your identity you can't use any of your abilities, you can't use any of your spenders, you can't use any of your blue skills or anything. It's just basic attacks and then the special skill that you get. But then Hammer of Rage, or Rage Hammer, which is our version, I think they should have kept Hammer of Rage personally, or Hammer of Wrath, is all about consuming cores. So basically, while you're inside of your identity gauge, you're not consuming cores, then this goes to waste. So it's kind of weird to see a build that was trying to run both in the same build, because they don't exactly synergize together very well. Wizard Bound. Like, that is the downside of doing like express mission on something that doesn't need the materials, is it kind of all goes to waste because you just don't use it. You don't use it, and you can't send it to another character, so you have to literally throw it out the window, and that kind of sucks. But I do hope in the future, also if you run into this scenario that just happened to me where I swapped accessories and I tried to dismantle and it wouldn't let me, I don't know if it's a bug. I think it might be. But all you have to do is go to your gear page and swap between preset, like go to preset 2 and then go back to preset 1, and then you should now be able to dismantle the accessories just fine, no problems, and you're good to go. So when it's giving you the preset error, it's talking about your presets in your character profile gear screen, not the integrated preset menu that you have in the options. So that's something to keep in mind, because it was pissing me off and it took me about like 20 minutes of just pushing random buttons to figure out like what was causing the problem. It wasn't a problem before this update, but I think maybe because they also added the integrated preset options for entering content, they might have made something a little wonky with the update. So that's just in case you were having that, you end up having that problem. That's how you do that. I know it was driving me up a wall, because I was just like, I didn't have this problem before, so why am I having it now? Let's see. Are any of those level 2? Something I already have. Oh, they're not. Okay, so here is... Okay, so... Wait, do I not want both of these? Or do I have it on something else? That... Oh, okay, so I have the level 2 here. So, I'll just move this over to this. Oh, Hunter, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. This over here, and then we'll see what was on this one again? The healthy mentality. We'll put that down here. The other downside of being like, oh yeah, well a trick you could do if you don't want to eat potions is, if you enter an instance, it'll fully heal you again. So that is a trick you can do. So like, you know, if you have your chaos engines done, or you're going to do your chaos engines, but like, you know, usually you'll do this after chaos engine runs. You could do the preset swap, and then you could just enter a chaos dungeon and then just leave it, and you should be full health again, because generally the game heals you when you enter instances. So that is a trick. It's just I forgot to do it. Well, actually I was too lazy. I was like I'd rather pop the potion than deal with the load screen, because that's 2 load screens. And I have Lost Ark on an SSD, and I still kind of get annoyed at how long some of the load screens take in this game sometimes. Alright, so we're gonna do the tier 1 and the first tier 2 abyssal. It should be pretty quick, because I am 1370, so I don't think it should be that much of a problem. I wish I had a stone that was good though. Right, yeah, two load screens are... That's a steep price to pay, right? Like that's only in like very specific situations I'll pay that debt. You can take my I forget how much these cost, like 100 silver or some shit. I'll pay that any day of the week. I will say though, the express mission is really nice for getting like consumables. Like these 120 blue potions, the bombs and stuff I have here, this is all from the express mission, just completing stuff. So that's really nice. I do like that. So you know, so even if you're wasting like the mats at least on the character, if he's like in tier 3 or something, because you kind of like speed ran through it like I did, you're still getting consumables that are usable. Also, this is a Legion raid menu for Vulcan. You guys haven't seen it yet, but I can't even show you the thing yet because my destroyer is nowhere near high enough. Right. So we're gonna start with the Necromancer. Yeah, he can't get gold from here, but that's fine. It should be alright. I need to send him an ability stone over, because I have ability stones on my alts. Oh yeah, yo, yeah. I didn't hone any characters for like... Well, I only hone like one character at a time, like when I'm gonna hone it, specifically because of the silver cost. And then I have like one character who is in tier 2. His whole existence is literally just doing his chaos dungeons for silver and then low paying dailies, and that's it. That's all he does. He doesn't do anything else. But even then, I had like 17 million silver, I think, before yesterday, and then pushing to 1370 from tier 1, I'm down to 12.8. So it's definitely a very, like, silver is definitely a bit of a premium currency that people kind of underestimate. Even though, well, 1 million of that was buying a something from a traveling merchant in Yorn, I think, for cooking. So, but still, it's a lot. It is a lot. The silver tax for stuff is pretty rough. Oh, yep. That's definitely gonna eat up a lot of silver. Yeah, I don't do that. The merchant rapport cycle. I don't care about rapport that like enough to do that. I could, but I mean, I have almost all the giant's hearts already, and I have like a majority of the skill potions you can get pretty much done. So like at this pace, by just doing the daily like songs and emotes. But yeah, no, that's, I mean, it's definitely more efficient. Like, I'm not saying it's not. It definitely speeds things up a lot faster to do the merchant rapport buyings. Like, especially if you really want like to get the skill potion from the Ignia token, because that one's gonna take a long time to do it if you do it my way, because rapport takes forever for the whatchamacallit, for the adventure tome, especially once you get past those first like 4 zones, because then you need like some of the zones. I think like what is it, East Lutera needs like 6 NPCs that like trusted. Like, that is insane. That is, in my opinion, that's like, it takes so much. Like, I just got my first Ignia token, I think like a couple days ago from Annika, because it's like and the only reason I could do that was because whatchamacallit, I had one of the characters already trusted because I wanted their charisma potion. Yeah, and that's just like, and that's the early zones. You get like I've heard Punica's another nightmare for like rapport and stuff. Like, because you have like Nia in the Punica one, who has really high virtue walls. Out of my way. So it's just like, yeah, rapport is definitely not an easy roadblock to deal with. Also, I think either one or both of these sorks might be pretty juiced. They're killing things pretty quickly. I also don't know what's for destroyers. I don't know if it's better to prioritize like supercharge or like rage hammer right off the bat. Like, I'm using supercharge because like your 3 main damage abilities, which are these 3, perfect swing, full swing, and earth eater, are all like charge abilities, but you're also sacrificing like crit, like extra crit rate and crit damage for it. So I don't know if the trade-off is worth it, but I feel like it might be, just because you can you also go like pretty heavy into crit on your stats, so it's kind of like, I'm not 100% sure which way to go there, to be honest. I feel like supercharge is kind of like nicer for like running things, because again, like 3 of your 4 main damage abilities are charge abilities, and 2 of them are pretty slow. Like perfect swing and earth eater take quite a bit to charge up. Full swing, not so much. It charges up pretty quick, to be honest, even without it, but it's still kind of like, that missed. Hey, yeah, she was juiced. Can't compete with a sork that's juiced. I have too much stuff I need to build up on the on a destroyer, but still, I'm not gonna complain about quick runs. Easy runs, man. Easy life. I haven't done Necromancer in so long though. I hope I can remember. Well, actually, I think they made the color more obvious, because like the most pain in the ass part about the Necromancer boss fight in the second is getting the orbs, because you have to do them a certain number of times. So it's kind of just like, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. But I think most people have gotten it down now. I think most people Ooh, we were almost a full destroyer party. Yeah, no, like I 100% agree. They look pretty much very similar, the Flash. And then I think they, if I'm mistaken, they had eventually increased the duration that the color would stay out, because it was so quick that if you really weren't like I don't know, like literally almost kissing the monitor to look, you really couldn't tell what color it was, and it was more often to luck. Like I had a friend of mine who he was like, oh, I always just pick red because that's what we always get it. I'm like, yeah, you're always getting it because even if you're doing it wrong, like the other 3 members of your team are probably doing it right. Yeah, that's usually pretty safe. Usually nowadays you'll have at least one person like shout the color out, but also there's a lot of juiced people running these abyssal dungeons today, making my life easy. I am not complaining. I am not complaining at all. Because I will say that for Destroyer, for running old content, he can be a little slow because you have to build cores. Oh, I didn't crit. Good. Yeah, as you can see, their full swing charges really quickly. Because I have supercharge level 3 on this character right now. I would run probably like supercharge, like what you could probably do when starting out is you probably want to run like supercharge level 1 off of your ability stone, and then like maybe level 3 for Rage Hammer, or like flip that, or maybe try to get like level 3 supercharge by using the ability stone and then the +9, and then the +9 book, and then getting like level 1 on the Rage Hammer for at least getting some crit, because supercharge is really important for the build for raiding at least. And that is one of the downsides to Destroyer though, is that at least supercharge doesn't translate over to your Chaos Dungeon build, because you don't use charge abilities in your Chaos Dungeon build like at all. So it's the Noble Banquet Hammer is the one that I have. So the one that you can buy for blue crystals in the shop that came from the Arc Pass. That's the hammer that I am using. I can show it to you after this abyssal break. I think it cost 240 blue crystals off the top of my head, if I remember right. It's really nice. The preview in my opinion didn't do it justice in the actual shop, but when I saw it in game, because someone bought it in game, I was like, yo, that looks pretty sick. So I ended up getting it. Because even with the increased blue crystal costs, it still like looks better. Yeah, one of the let's see, the Destroyer with the green and gray hammer, this one, like that hammer is just the tier 1 hammer basic, and then the other Destroyer is using the hammer for right, it was red, is using the hammer from the Shoeshire set that they added. And then there's also the new Dawn weapon, the new Dawn one. I don't like that one personally. I think it looks pretty meh. Mostly because it doesn't look like a hammer. It looks like 2 metal plates put together. And he's dead. I don't know. Get me out of this cutscene. Gotta sing the song. Yep, easy peasy though. Well, that Glaivier was definitely juiced. Well, at least pretty high geared. I don't know if she was as high geared as I was. But yeah, I'll show you what the different hammers look like that are available. Yeah, this is the Noble Banquet one. It's really nice. It's dyeable, but something to keep in mind is that for some weird reason, you can't dye every part of the hammer. So if you go over to the shop, it's after the shop opens, because it takes like 3 years. So in the dressing rooms, right? So this is the Noble Banquet armor. Their hammer is the one that I have. This one. You have the 3 color variations. I chose the black one, but there's one that it's like white, black, and silver. There's another one that it's like tan, black, and silver, and then there's my hammer, which is like just black and silver. The portion of the hammer that stays black is the portion that's undyeable for at least the version I have. I don't know if it's dyeable for these guys or not, but this is the Noble Banquet. To be honest, I didn't know they were going to add this because originally they didn't have Destroyer in the box of classes that had a weapon available, but it came out and so they added it. You then have the new Dawn set, which you have 2 colors. This hammer is not dyeable. You have the white and silver, well, like the white and gold version, or with some blue accents, which I don't like. I think that looks ugly. And then you have the like dark blue/black with gold trim. And then to be honest, I don't like the hammer at all because it has this big ass gap in between the two, but you know, some people like it because I've been seeing people buy it for like 10k. But I do agree that like the skull parts of it looks pretty cool, but I don't like how it's like basically 2 plates put together. But that's this hammer skin, which isn't bad. It's not terrible, but it's not my taste. I personally like the actual like armor. I don't like the helmet, I don't like the hammer, but I want the armor. But that hasn't come down in price yet. And then you have the Shoeshire Will set, which is their like founders skin set. So basically think like Platinum Founders Pack, but for the class. And that's the this is the one that you saw. The other 2 destroyers I was with were running like the full armor set, and then 1 destroyer was running the skin and 1 wasn't. Random bit of trivia: the Oreja and Argos weapon models is the same exact weapon model as this hammer, it's just different colors. So you can technically get it completely for free. Can't skin it yet because we don't have the feature in the game to skin to make Abyssal Dungeon armor and weapons as skins, which other regions have, because it's tied to a system that I don't think we're getting in the West, because it's the legendary skin system, which I don't think people would take very well if they released it here. And then I'm just going to show the dyeing part. That as you can see, you can't select this 3rd option here, and if we dye it, so like let's do this, you see it stays black, right? Like you're gonna have a part of the hammer that stays black. I don't know if that's a bug, or I don't know if that's intentional, because as far as I know, like my scrapper gauntlets, I can dye every piece of the weapon, because my scrapper has the Noble Banquet weapons also, like the same one, the black and silver one, but you can dye it, so it does look nice. You can dye it whatever you want, but do be aware that it'll always have a portion of it stay black. So if you're gonna dye it, you're gonna have to kind of play with your dye game, expecting it to be black. Yeah. I was kind of disappointed at that also, because I was like, you know, maybe I could like recolor the hammer one thing and then do something else. So again, I don't know if it's a bug, I don't know if it's intentional. I guess I could probably like, I didn't learn until today when I got on stream earlier and started looking at it, that you couldn't dye that part. So I might go on the forums and see if anybody's asked, to see if they've gotten an answer, because it could just be a bug. It could be they just another bug in the long list of bugs from this patch. But yeah, so for the most part, it's gonna have to be like, at least you either have to gonna be really with like a checkerboard pattern probably, so you can do like red and black, or like white and black, that kind of thing, and blue and black, and then you can color the trim whatever you want. Or yeah, and I'm someone who I like the all black part of the hammer, and I still think that I'm like, they need to do something about that. They need to get that, they need to change that so that people can actually like color the whole hammer what they want, because that's just limiting the creativity. But we'll see. Maybe they'll change it. That'll be nice. All right, so we have 4 more Abyssal dungeons we can do. Technically, I still have to do Gate of Paradise, but I haven't finished Phaeton. Like I literally only did enough quests in Phaeton to get access to Kalaja, so I could do the Phaeton dailies here. Probably on the weekend, I'll probably do quests through Phaeton real quick, because I knowledge transfer through Rohendel, because you could not pay me enough, like even real money, to like quest through Rohendel again. I've already done it like 4 times. So I knowledge transferred him through Rohendel last night after getting, like, before going to bed, which is why I can do Phantom Palace. But Phaeton is a lot shorter than Rohendel, and it costs like almost twice as much to knowledge transfer through Phaeton, and I'm like, no, I'll just run through Phaeton. Me and Phaeton are okay. Me and Phaeton don't have problems yet. This matchmaking. I feel like I had I had a feeling that this one was gonna be rough. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think probably if there was ever like a list that they made, if they ever make like a graph or something, I'm pretty of like knowledge transfers used the most, you'll probably see like Burn and Rohendels like at the top, and then like a sharp decrease to like Yorn and like Phaeton. Because like Yorn you have to do. You either knowledge transfer or you have to do the quest line, because Yorn literally lets you use gems. So even if you do what I did yesterday, which was I bought all my tier 2 armor while I was questing through Yorn, and then I stopped Yorn like halfway. Like I was able to get my shoulders because I did it like super early, like, and even then I was able to beat the bubble for tier 2 destroyer armor prices yesterday, because for about, I want to say like 3 hours, the cheapest you could buy a tier 2 piece of destroyer armor on NA East was like 800 gold, and then like it capped out at like 5,000 gold, and people were buying it because people were trying to avoid using their chaos dungeon. But I was able to beat that. The most I had to spend was like, I think 900 gold for the shoulders, which were worth because you know, they saved me like half of Yorn that I could go straight to Punica. So for me, so obviously, like, would I suggest people to spend that much gold? Yes. The express missions have you do the Vern Abyssal dungeons, the Rohendel Abyssal dungeons, the Yorn, and the Phaeton Abyssal dungeons. You have to do all 4. It's on the, a lot of people thought it wasn't. Like I had a friend who didn't think it was, but it's at the bottom of the mission. So like if I open it, I go to page 2 and you go down to the bottom, you see I have Clear Phantom Palace, Twisted Warlord, and Hildebrand. And then in level 3 I have Arrogance and Forge of whatever. So yep, you have to clear all of the tier 1 and tier 2 Abyssal dungeons. It's not too bad, because even if you go in over geared, right? Because like, so if you go in tier 3, it's not a complete waste of time, because 1, you're getting engraving books from the rewards, but 2, you're also giving yourself the, I think it's like a 1 or 2% chance to get a legendary card out of here anyway. So it's not a complete waste of time, right? Like obviously the gear isn't the best because you're not going to be able to use it, but what you can do is you can use it in as PvP skins if you wanted. Because in PvP, since it's equalized, you can literally just wear whatever you want. So you could have like, say you like the tier 1 armor or whatever, you can wear that if you want it. Oh shit. Oh, he does another mechanic. Oh, he does another mechanic. Oh, okay, that's an insta-kill. Alright. Memo to self, just kill. Just kill. I should be strong enough to just kill everything. I thought that he would know. Like, I usually try not to do, like, mechanic skips because people tend to fuck it up, but definitely, I'm definitely just gonna do just gonna kill. Oh shit, I don't have super armor on that. Yep, solve that problem. Yep. But yeah, it does feel higher. Like I say the 2% because I think that's what the people from Korea were saying when they like did a big tracking thing, is it was roughly around 2% ish. But I don't know if it's like because you have so many chances, right, to do it, because like every character you run through Abyssal Dungeon has that chance, right? So if you run and there's, let's see, if we're just talking about tier 1 and tier 2, that's 4, 6, 9 Abyssal Dungeons that you're running. Like, if you run that on like 3 or 4 characters, you're doing like 27, 36 Abyssal Dungeon runs a week. Like, even just in tier 1 through tier 2, like, that even at 2%, you're gonna get it like pretty often. Like, you're gonna have a pretty high chance of getting it just from sheer quantity of runs. Granted, if you're someone who can do that, I applaud you, because I can't do that. I haven't stepped foot in like Well, first of all, I cleared Gate of Paradise like all the way through once. I did it once, and I was like, "You are never getting me past the first one again." And then they gave us the express missions, and I was like, "Shit, I gotta do Alaric and all that crap again." But luckily, other people will probably also have to do it with tier 3, so didn't be all that bad. But it's just rough because like there's a lot of just like one-shot mechanics in the Gate of Paradise that it's not even like, oh, you just need, if you have enough health you can kind of like survive it. No, like it's just the one-shots are pretty they're designed to kill whatever it hits. Like your health goes from whatever it is to 0. Like there's no flat number, so it's kind of just like just make it bad. Granted, they did and because like Gate of Paradise, I don't think they did any more nerfs after the first one, because like in here they made some of the AoE wipes. Like for instance, his blade mechanic is now it's just like a lot of damage. Like it's a flat number, so it's kind of just is what it is. All right. Question is, can I hit you with this, or are you gonna move out of it? 5 million. That's just... done. Ah, beautiful. Love it when you can skip mechanics. It's a very because like the tricky part about skipping mechanics in these lower tier abyssal runs is if you don't deal enough damage, you could push him straight into the next mechanic instead, and he could just go straight into the one shot. And then like, so like for instance right there, if I hadn't dealt enough damage in that one last hit, he probably would have instantly gone into the sword mechanic, and we were all right next to them, and we probably, like, even I probably would have died to eating all the mechanics. So not, you know, you do have to be careful when you're pushing bosses, even if you're like really, unless you're like so grossly overgeared that you're one-shotting the boss fight like completely, you do have to be kind of mindful about how fast you push the boss, because you could unintentionally fuck over the whole team by accident. Because obviously, you know, if you can skip, if you have the damage, you want to pump the damage and just get it done and over with. But now it's a different story if you have a full team of like tier 3 people and everybody just like pops their awakenings all at once. You're probably gonna kill the boss in like one hit. But you do always want to be mindful when you're running these like lower tier abyssals, especially if you're the only one who's vastly overgeared. Because like for instance in that run, I'm pretty sure I was the only one who wasn't tier 1. Because the 2 destroyers I know were tier 1, and I'm pretty sure the Paladin, that was tier 1 armor is what he was in. So granted, the destroyers dealt damage, right? Like I only had like 60% of the damage, so even at, you know, at tier 1, like they were dealing some pretty good damage. They're dealing some pretty good damage. Alright, so that's a tier 2 destroyer, or at least that's a tier 2 weapon. I can't tell because he has the animal costume on. Then Sork, I think that's a tier 1. It's been so long since I've seen like tier 1, tier 2 models for armor. That I can't recognize like half of them anymore.
Simple enough to avoid hail if you teleport.
Where's the next one? Silver? Yeah. Dead. Oh. Doesn't feel so nice once I get him built, and he's gonna have his like level 3 supercharge, level 3 Rage Hammer, and then like I don't know, maybe I don't know what to get for his third one. I might go Grudge. I might not. Because he is kind of slow. And while Destroyer is tanky, you have to remember he's only tanky when he's using his purple abilities. That's when he gains a shield. Okay there, buddy? Because if you're not pushing purple and consuming gravity cores, you're not gaining shields. Because granted, when you do gain the shields at 3 gravity cores, that's 30% of your max HP, like on top of what you have already. Ooh, that one crit. Nice. At least we don't have to actually do the boulder mechanic when she's like down in health. Yeah, it can be. It can be. The only reason I'm not like super hard set on Barricade is because while it's a really good class engraving, the DPS increase for Hammer of Rage is actually lower than if you went something else. So I was kind of just trying to see what I could get quickly out of the way, and it kind of just depend on the where'd you go? On what I get, because like you have Barricade, you have Cursed Doll, you have what's the word? You have Master Brawler because all of your stuff is like front attacks, that kind of stuff. Like you have a lot of choices. We're not gonna make it. Oh, barely. Should be doing the second one pretty soon, yeah. But yeah, Barricade is a good one. It's definitely a good one if you don't want to be, like, conditional with it. Also, Barricade's a safe choice for an investment if you plan on playing a Transformation Scouter, a Gunlancer, a Arcana, and a Destroyer. If you plan on playing those 4 classes together, Barricade is a very safe investment because all 4 of those classes use that. So that is an option. Because that's another really important thing, right? Is choosing a good way to save gold is to choose engravings that you can use on multiple classes. So like for instance, I have Supercharge because I currently play a Supercharge build on my Beserker, and then I also plan on playing a Gunlancer eventually, and then a remaining energy Deathblade, and all 4 of those classes with Destroyer all use Supercharge. So that was a very safe investment on for Supercharge for that. But that's how you save gold. You try to get engravings that you know you're going to use on multiple characters, which is why a lot of people usually get stuff like Grudge, Cursed Doll, because Grudge and Cursed Doll are generally engravings that you use on almost all classes, because eventually you just run out of things that your class can use, and you just need something to bump your damage, and those are really your only options left, especially with how the math works out. So that's a little tip for saving gold. It'll only go so far, right? Because usually you're gonna end up having to run your legendary class engraving, and obviously only one class uses that class engraving. So unless you plan on making like 5 destroyers, you're gonna have to spend money there. But generally you can at least choose one, and picking based off of like what else you plan on playing is very smart. It's a very wise choice, which is why again most people usually go legendary Grudge and then like legendary class engraving, because you generally run Grudge on anything that's DPS. So unless you're planning on playing like only supports ever, chances are you'll probably want to be have like Grudge and stuff like that, and get used to it eventually, because some of the damage thresholds at higher especially in the Legion raids and the hard modes, like from what I understand, you just can't hit those DPS checks without without the without grudge, because grudge just is too much of a DPS boost. Definitely, if you've had some experience already in Lost Ark, like as you said, you were pushing up a second character up to 1370. I definitely think that, especially on something like a Gunlancer and a Destroyer, who are relatively tanky and they have a lot of options with shields and stuff, it's probably pretty safe to go grudge. Gunlancer more so than Destroyer, because Destroyer you do have a lot of like weak times. Like for instance, again, every time you're building up your cores, anytime you're not spending cores, you don't have a shield. So, but on the flip side to that, Destroyer in and of itself is a natively tanky class. I knew I wasn't gonna be able to turn around in time for that. And that's the issue when you're playing Destroyer, is that sometimes you can get you know, times like that where the boss decides that he doesn't want to play nice and just jump over your Earth Eater. But part of that is also just RNG, right? Like that's the one downside to playing Lost Ark and you play a class like Destroyer, is the boss, like what attacks they do are pretty much almost like they're just completely RNG. There's not much there are certain moves that it's like, oh, at this health percentage he does it, but for the most part, oh shit, I didn't have super armor on. For the most part, it's pretty RNG what they're gonna do. In the middle one again. Trap them. Actually, I might have trapped myself if I'm not careful here. I did kind of trap myself, but that was because I ate a stun. But here, 1370 for the win. Oh my god. I slowed down because my character's like, I need to sheath my weapon. You dumb Destroyer. Keep that shit up. Also for Destroyer, like I'm slowly starting to realize, you'll see a lot of times where people will use their Endure Pain before they use the Perfect Swing, and I really didn't understand why, because I always thought, I was like wouldn't you just use Perfect Swing with whatever? And now I realize why they do that. It's because the reason you do that is because Endure Pain gives you super armor while you have the buff active, and you definitely don't tripod tenacity on your Perfect Swing. Like you just go full damage on it. So because you can give yourself super armor, right? So basically you want to you pretty much want to pair up super armor with Perfect Swing every time, even if you have like a, say, the taunt debuff on the boss, because if you haven't played a Gunlancer, you probably don't know, but every time you taunt the boss, he gets a debuff, or basically a buff on him, where you can't taunt him again for a while, and it gets progressively longer as the fight goes on. So you'll probably reach a point where even with the long cooldown of Endure Pain, which is like 40 seconds, because you also have to take into account that generally you're going to run a little bit of swiftness, and you have cooldown gems, you're going to probably reach a point where your taunt won't work on the boss, and to do that, you still, it's what am I? 1, 2, 3. You still want to pair it up with Perfect Swing, so that way you don't get knocked up while you're trying to do Perfect Swing. I still hit her. Didn't do as much damage as I was hoping though. Yeah. It's little things like that that really kind of like make you learn how a class plays. Is you kind of start trying to figure out like the nuances for stuff like that. Oh, come back. People, it doesn't deal that much damage. It's fine. People always do the same thing where they get really scared of the aura around her when she stuns somebody, but to be honest, more often than not, it just doesn't do anything all that crazy.
increasing. Use the golden energy. If we absorb it, we'll be able to obstruct him.
I'm gonna kind of focus here because this is one of the mechanics for tier 2 where if you mess it up, we all die. Like, there's no retry. That's a problem. Oh, fucked. Yep. Unfortunate. Yo, Bard, Artillerist, Shadowhunter, Gunlancer. That's some good stuff. Yeah, I play a Shock Training Scrapper, a Beserker technique, Beserker, a Destroyer, a Striker who's tier 2, what else do I play? A Deadeye, and who's in tier 3, and then a Glaivier. Out of all of those, the only one who's not tier 3 is the Striker, because like too much stuff came out too soon that I was like, I'm not gonna play. I'm not gonna like gear him up anytime soon. Oh. Ooh, that was a good hit. Love it when that one crits. Yeah, Beserker's technique. I'm not a big fan of Mayhem. I tried it. I played around with it. I get the appeal for it. I just find it really boring to play. I play Beserker's technique. I just liked it better. I also think the effect just looks cooler. One of these days she'll stand still long enough for me to hit her. One of these days. And one of these days she'll stop disappearing. I don't think we'll be able to kill her fast enough though. Damn it.
Use the golden energy. If we absorb it.
I think if I gotten that Earth Eater off, I probably would have killed her there. Yeah. Also, I don't know why, but it feels like more orbs are spawning than they were before. I still think, damn it. This is why people don't do this fight. Oh no, I was just low health. Still, this is why people tend to avoid this fight, because it's like, it can be pretty rough to get those orbs down. Because if she eats, I think it's if she eats like any of them. Like if she eats even one, she just deals a shit ton of damage. And I accidentally took damage by running into her circle there, which is percentage HP damage, not flat damage. So, because I was trying to stop that last orb from hitting her. I died. I did the day. Also, I missed like so many abilities on her because she moves around a lot. Yeah, that's why I'm not looking forward to doing Gate of Paradise on the Destroyer. Gate of Paradise has a lot of bosses that are kind of skinny that like to move around a lot. So it's like, and even the not so skinny ones like to move around a lot. Because like, what is it? I think it's the Ghost Captain boss. He likes to just jump all over the place, like left, right, and center. And it's just like, if you could stand still for like 2 seconds, I could beat the shit out of you. That'd be fantastic. And then he also likes to like drown you, because every time you get hit with white AoEs, they decrease your oxygen bar. But luckily, we're just gonna do these, and once we're done with them, we don't really come back here. We just pretend these don't exist. Because I used to do the is there a Gunlancer here? Yes, there is. My taunt. But I used to do the extra runs just because I was like, you know what? Why not? I got nothing else to do. But once I started getting more and more alts, I'm like, bro, I have so much shit to do now. I don't have time to be doing these like extra abyssal dungeon runs. That and they would kind of just like burn me out if I did them. Because that's another thing, right? Like burnout in MMOs is a real thing, so you always have to kind of like figure out what works for you and what doesn't. I think the... Oh no, it's not. It's just he can't be taunted at the moment.
What's that? Taunts work well on knuckleheads like them.
Are you serious? He imprisoned me as my awakening was about to go off, so he canceled my awakening. That's... I hate that. The fact that you like that's like a thing in this game annoys the shit out of me. Because it's happened to me on so many fights on the Scrapper. Happened to me so many times. And in prison again.
What's that?
I didn't even know he could imprison, to be honest.
Work well on knuckleheads like them.
This is just like a cluster going on here. I don't even know. I can't even see what's going on right now because of like the dragons and the guy himself. But tier 3 and tanky, I don't care. Oh right, I forget that he, like, you have to wait for him to like stand back up before he removes the damage like reduction that he has. I always found that really weird in this fight, where like you have to stagger him to deal like continue dealing damage because he gains a buff that reduces how much damage you deal, but it doesn't cancel when you stagger him. It cancels when he gets up from the stagger, which makes absolutely no sense, but it is what it is. Which is why a perfect swing is there for like 75k instead of like 50k. And that perfect swing crit too. So actually that crit would have been like 1 million plus. That makes me sad now that I think about it. But yeah, man, I didn't know I'm still kind of salty that he imprisoned my awakening, so I didn't deal any damage with it. No, he blew up who I was gonna Earth Eater. Makes me sad. Really, Paladin? Yo, the amount of knockback some classes have always tilts me a little bit, because like that Paladin knocked him out of my seismic hammer, which would have one-shotted them, but instead it only killed one person because it knocked like all 4 guys out of my seismic hammer. That's another thing to keep in mind. If you play a class that has a lot of knockback on it, you gotta kind of be mindful of like when you push the knockback abilities, because you could really like you could be delaying things instead of making it better, basically. Because you know, if someone's gonna do a big AoE and then you push it out of their AoE, you're not helping. Where's the bug? Bugged. We're missing. Oh no, there he is. He's right here. He was like stuck in the wall. That was so weird. I've never seen that happen before in this dungeon. He was just chilling in the wall, like, I am one with the wall. They cannot see me, and they cannot progress. Mission accomplished. That was so weird. I've never seen that happen before. I guess that's what happens when you kill the giant so quickly that he just like hits his pants. Oh shit, I thought it was far away now.
Divided.
Brother.
We should defeat the ones that divided first. We'll use his power against him.
Wait, or is it only? Oh, it's just me and the Gunlancer alive. Oops. That's what I was talking about, like pushing mechanics, because like the Gunlancer kept fighting like inside of his retaliation shield, which first of all he doesn't take any damage when you fight him in that, so it's kind of a moot point to do that. Oh come on! How many fucking bosses have a jump in this stupid thing? That's the second boss in here who's jumped over my Earth Eater. Pissing me off. They can't do anything about that. Also, he's not letting me near him at all. Yeah, this is the frustrating part with Destroyer is when it's RNG, it's RNG on like what maneuvers they're gonna do. So like he's literally chained 3 moves back to back where he's constantly jumping away from me every time I hit a button, and it's really annoying because like I'm dealing no damage every time I miss. If you don't hit with your purple abilities, you're dealing like next to no damage is the problem. So it's just like every time he dodges your like Earth Eater, because your Earth Eater is, see like there, he just teleported. Like he completely avoided my Earth Eater again, which is a problem because Earth Eater is one of your major DPS abilities. I thought I could get that off even without the super armor. We get this off. Yep. That one crit too. And that one crit too. Alright, what color? Red. Oh shit. That was close. Kept getting knocked back. Yeah, that teleport was kind of annoying. This is also, I don't know, like, if... I think while Supercharge is important, I think I would have dealt more damage there if I had my Rage Hammer to level 3. Because, like, Rage Hammer increases how much, like, it gives you a crit rate and a crit damage buff based on how many cores you consume. And I'm pretty sure I would have dealt more damage if I'd had it, but the flip side of that is I think I would have landed even less attacks, because with Supercharge level 3, my charge attacks are actually pretty quick. Granted, a lot of that was just unlucky and him jumping over my Earth Eaters, especially that second to last Earth Eater where he's like, actually I think the last 2 Earth Eaters, both times he teleported to like a different spot just as the attack was, I was letting go of the button to hit him. But that is all of the the Abyssal Dungeons we can currently do. So now we have 40 green class engraving books, 40 blue class engraving books, and then 40 purple class engraving books. And then then the Gate of Paradise. They chickened out and didn't give you legendaries. They gave you 40 battle engraving chests. Ooh, we can make it for the event for the Chicken Island, so we can go do that. Because that's the first one starts in 3 minutes, and the second event is in 5 minutes after that. If I'm not mistaken, you can do the chicken event, I think, every time it comes up and get rewards. I'm not too sure because I personally haven't done it, because usually when it pops up, I usually have, like, I'm usually in the middle of something. So also, we are gonna like take a look at what the abyssal dungeon armors look like, the different kinds, because if you haven't done it, I don't remember if there's different versions of the legendary one in tier 1, but in tier 2, the armor and actually looks different, both color and slight model changes depending on which legendary armor you craft. So like for instance, Beserker has, I think the one that usually people craft is the coppery red like rust color armor that has like a bunch of spikes and shit. It's basically just a recolor of the Chaos Dungeon one. But if you make the other one, which people don't generally make, it's like all white and the armor is rounded. It looks more like a Paladin armor, really, to be honest. But I like it. It looks cool. Mostly probably because it's just different. But like I said, while in practical applications in PvE, having old gold abyssal dungeon armor isn't really gonna do you much good, even if you like the way it looks. You can always use it in PvP or any sort of like equalized content that scales you. But generally that'll be like PvP. So you can use it as like a PvP skin if you want to like spice it up, which is what I used to do on my scrapper before they started finally adding skins that I liked for her. So that is an option. It's a free option because you only pay the materials and the silver. And granted, again, you're only going to look good in PvP, but better to look good at in some part of the game than not look good at all, is what he hasn't changed. Need to get the dispatches done. And the fusion materials are almost done crafting. He still doesn't have enough. So this is a training camp, in case you don't know about it. I imagine you, with how many characters you have, Hunter, I imagine you have the training camp unlocked, but just in case you don't, there is a training camp which gives you passive XP that you pull. And the nice nifty little feature is that you don't have to wait for it to finish to see what level they'll be when they get XP. So as you can see here, it says obtainable XP is 10,395,000, and then in parentheses it tells you upon obtaining you'll be level 51. So like I won't, what basically this tells me is that if I obtain it now, I won't level up. So you can kind of just wait until you'll level up. And so like for instance, my highest character right now is 56. So if I was 54 waiting for 55, I could, if this told me that upon obtaining the XP I would level up to 55, I could just go and finish it early and then use that to get to 55 instantly instead of waiting the 7 days and wasting XP that isn't necessary. Alright, and then we have to wait to become one with the chickens to then light them up. I thought this event was pretty interesting, personally. When I first came here, I was really confused on what was going on with like the songs and stuff like that, but And then like you get turned into a chicken, and I'm like, can you do? Because when I first came here, I saw people weren't like, there was like, I think it was like an artillerist that didn't turn into a chicken, and he just kept shooting at the boss, and I was like, do I even need to be a chicken to like fight the boss? And then eventually I saw him turn into a chicken anyway, and I was just like, okay, yeah, you do. Just wasn't sure. I was just like, I was confused about what was going on, because you deal like, I think your damage caps out at like 999 in chicken form, so it's just like it's a slow process. Oh, also to remember, the daily quest on this island is you can do it once per character, not a roster daily quest like Anguished. It is a character daily quest, so you can do it once per character and get, like, if you have 5 or 6 characters, that's 1,000 to 1,200 extra tokens you can get. Especially if you don't have if you're like me and you tend to get caught up in doing things and you don't do the event more than just like once. It's a nice little way to make extra tokens on top of the dailies, the Una daily tokens. Hold on to this. None of that is any good for us. But we can at least get some materials out of it. And then we will go look at what all the stuff looks like. Generally for the purple gear, it'll usually be a recolor of whatever the Chaos Dungeon gear is. And then for the legendary gear, it usually has like slight armor, like model changes. I know in tier 2 they do. I don't remember if tier 1 has slight model changes or not, but I know tier 2 it is. And by slight, it can actually be pretty noticeable, depending on what the actual change is. Also, this is kind of cool because you can start to see what the destroyer glow will look like at higher levels, because the spinning dots eventually will become like spinning rocks. You'll have it'll basically look like these like planets orbiting the like small planets orbiting your hammer, and then you'll also get the glow on top of that. And it actually looks pretty cool. I don't think it's as cool as like say the Beserker glow, because the Beserker swirl is honestly like probably one of the best looking glows in the game, next to like Scrapper and Wardancers at higher honing levels. But it's definitely in the top 5 for me for visual effects. Oh, you can turn into beer. I thought those were just people in costume. Forever Young, Roma, your goggles. I used it and got ping pong back. I used it and got ping pong back. I guess that's just what it does. Yeah, I don't know if that's like it's supposed to do. Yeah, I think the beer is definitely better than the birds. Cause like the birds, you have to sit there spamming Q, but with the beer, you can just hit it, and he just has like an attack that he just hits out. But I think with the beer goggles, you have to actually like hit them, hit the bird. Yeah, see, like, I still have no idea what I'm doing in this chicken event. I still got no idea. Let's see. Don't really need to buy this. I need to buy these. Buy these. Buy this. Buy this. This. We'll buy these. And for honing materials, everything that's tier 3 is getting bought by this guy. Because our goal is to, well, except for those, I'll leave those for the Glaivier. We'll need some. I buy all of these. I didn't buy all of these either, but I am. So I'll buy those tomorrow. But yeah, this event is basically reward wise is like it's comparable to Naruni Racing. The Naruni Racing vendor is it has almost the same amount of stuff. I think the only thing it's missing is the engraving pouches. But they did give us a lot of engraving pouches like leading up to this event, so I don't think that's that big of a deal. And there's a lot of other ways to get engraving pouches. Like I think we're probably oversaturated with engraving pouches at the moment. So let's see. All right, this over here, those, that over there. Swap that down. Also, remember that these metallurgy books and tailoring books from the vendor all have expiration dates, and the current expiration date is the 16th of June. So as long as nothing comes up, potentially, at the very least, the 16th of June will be when the next event that replaces this one comes out, which could mean that the 16th of June might be what they're aiming for like the June update. But to be honest, how kind of inconsistent they be, I wouldn't really hold my breath. So we'll just take it as we have this event till the 16th of June, and then we'll just see what we get then. Okay, that's good. I think I've moved. Oh no, I haven't moved over. Gotcha. Because the ooze I collect on the scrapper and kind of hoard them on her. We need to put the card packs over here so we can get those on the Deadeye, because my Deadeye is my card bitch. Let's see. I think everything else is pretty well distributed. Let's see. We've done all of our abyssals. We did the Chaos Dungeon. We did the Una daily tasks. I did the Guardian raids earlier because it's just me doing 40 to 50 second speed runs on Ernal was for today's, and then tomorrow it's like doing a minute speed run on Chromanium. So nothing super exciting. I mean, I could do Necrosena for the first, and I could do I'll do Necrosena and Grexion for the first time clear rewards. Well, I'll do Grexion. I don't know if I want to do Neck. Neck's kind of a pain in the ass. No, because we have to go to, we'd have to like ocean liner. We'd go to like Tortoik, and then from Tortoik you can only ocean liner to Luterra or Annika, so it kind of defeats the purpose. Let's see. We still have about 2 hours. Snowpang is the adventure island that today gives pirate coins. So if you need pirate coins, then Snowpang is your island. The other island choices, depending on what you need, are going to be Drumbeat, which has a card pack and has a chance at getting the Drumbeat hammer, or Fortpay, which is only silver and useless. So basically, your only real options for today for Adventure Island are Drumbeat and Snowpang, because they're the only ones that really give a reward worth going for. The next one is in roughly 2 hours if you're on NA East, because I think NA West has their own timings for theirs. Just slightly different due to the time difference. There is that. Need a dock here, and then we'll ocean liner over to Vern, and we'll see what like the Vern legendary armor looks like, because I'm pretty sure the the blue armor or the purple armor looks the same as the Chaos Engine stuff. I don't remember if they recolor it or not in tier 1. I know in tier 2 they changed the color, but in tier 1 I don't remember. But I did like the armor, the tier 1 armor for Destroyer. I think the armor model looks very good, except for the helmet. The helmet looks like trash, but the armor model itself looks pretty good. Where? Oh, I still have more questing to do though. Basically, this weekend is probably just going to be me questing through Phaeton and then South Vern on this character. Because I need to do Phaeton so I can do Gate of Paradise, and then South Vern just gives me more card packs, and then gives me a, whatchamacallit? Easier access to some adventure islands. These are legendary to rare. Are those uncommon to legendary or any card pack? Ooh, uncommon card to legendary card packs. Alright, so with this, I think what I might do, I think on next reset, I think what I might do is I might do like a card unpacking. And I might just do it like every 2 weeks, like just take like those 40 and then like the login reward one, then unpack those on next reset and see if we can get our last see if we can get any more legendary cards for Lost Wind Cliff set and a Soulless card. Because right now, the only thing I'm missing for the crit rate set is one more Soulless card and Carmine, the legendary Carmine card. Which, Carmine you can get from doing 100 Chaos Gates, guaranteed, from an achievement. That one's not a big deal, but Soulless, you can only get guaranteed from doing a Soulless run. And I talked myself out of doing a Soulless run on this character, because I was like, man, I'm missing 2 legendary cards, there's no way I'll get those anytime soon, and the game seems to want to prove me wrong. So hopefully, if I do get a Carmine card on the unboxing on reset, or card unpacking on reset, hopefully it also gives me a Soulless card, so I'm not sitting there crying, or it gives me 2 Carmines, one of the two. Alright, so let's check out what the tier 1 Abyssal legendary stuff looks like. Any real difference?
Legend begins here.
So we have. All right, I forgot you can do like all of this stuff. We have enraged and boisterous. So we're gonna look at what the armor pieces. We're gonna compare the armor pieces to each other. Because I don't really care for the hammer. I like my hammer, the Noble Banquet. I'm just kind of curious what if any differences are in it for the armor side of things. Alright, so this one is like, alright, so the actual like fur doesn't change color. It's just like the actual like armor pieces. I kind of like the boisterous one. We're gonna dismantle this and we're just gonna make the full boisterous set and just kind of see what the color looks like. And if there's any changes on like the armor or anything. Like the shoulder pieces and stuff like that. Because a lot of times, especially in tier 2, a lot of times the icon does not do the actual armor piece any justice when you look at it. Oh wait, no, I think I already had the chest piece. I don't know why I crafted it. Mental that. It's 7. Then we'll craft the hammer just because I'm curious what the whole set looks like. We'll see what the whole set looks like together. Because again, something to remember is in the future, potentially they could give us not bad actually, the skins that you can craft for like you'd have an option to craft the abyssal armor for old abyssal dungeons as skins and use those. So if you do like some of the abyssals, like it'd be kind of worth like just to check them out to see if you like any of them. Because if you do like them, you could, we don't know what the new system will be, but you could probably just hold on to the currency and then just see if maybe they'll use that or something. I don't know. I don't even know we'll actually get the system, to be honest. I'm kind of just hoping we do. because some of the classes I have, or some of the classes I play, do have what is that? What color is it? Do have some old abyssal armor that I do like how it looks. I think that's almost the same exact color as the as like the Chaos Dungeon version. But no, I'm not gonna look at the one for the Arc of Arrogance, because the Arc of Arrogance is literally the same like model, just different color. And looking at the armor color, I don't really care for it. Store that there. I'm just storing these mats just as a just in case, like as a precaution of maybe they'll let us like maybe in the future they'll let us use that to craft the skin versions if we ever get those. But to be honest, I'm not holding my breath on that either, because the way the skin crafting works in game and the legendary skins work in Lost Ark currently is you have to buy, like, you have to use skins from the shop, which you don't have to buy them directly from the shop. You can buy them from the auction house, but the skin has to originate from the game shop. If you buy that, you then dismantle those skins. You then get something called legendary fabric, and then you can use that legendary fabric to craft skins that are only obtainable through the crafter, which is you all know the NPC for it because it's the skin modding vendor. There's a reason he has like scissors on it also, not just color. Because right now the only thing we can do with it is tint and patterns. But in the future, we'll be able to we might be able to craft skins there, because in the other regions that's where the skin crafting is. Is that same NPC. And so what it'll be is in the other regions you have to buy a skin that originates from the store, and then you have to dismantle that skin to get legendary fabric. And then you need a certain amount of legendary fabric to either roll gacha to try to get a legendary skin, which as far as I know also doesn't have any pity in it, or you can use that skin to make blue and purple skins if you like the visuals for it. Because a feature that some people might not know is that the legendary skins, they come with an extra customization slot next to them, where if you want the stats, because they give you 2% main stat per piece, but you don't like the way the legendary skin looks because maybe you were trying to save money when you were buying it and stuff like that, which legendary skins are probably going to be pretty expensive even in our region when they come out. You can then take a skin that you did like and use that to skin over the legendary skin, so you can obtain the stats you want while still having the look that you prefer. So that's why, you know, having more options is kind of nice. But I don't know when or if we'll get that system at all, because they haven't really mentioned it at all. And granted, they didn't really mention Neria's wardrobe until this update, so who knows, maybe they're planning for it. But I'm pretty sure that when we get legendary skins, because I don't think they'll keep legendary skins away from us, it'll probably be a much different system than what we've seen in the other regions. And there's a multitude of things they could do for it. Like, for instance, they could just not bring the gacha and just be like, hey, the skin is in the shop for X amount of money and you can buy it. They could just like bring the gacha system but then add like a pity, or they just bring a straight crafting like thing for it and you just have to like craft it, stuff like that. Like, there's a multitude of things they could do for it, but all I know is that I'm pretty sure they won't bring it in its like pure gacha state that it currently is at the moment. How that like what kind of stuff they want to do with the legendary skin system is they still, because I mean they haven't even breathed a word of the legendary system, so I don't know if they even plan on bringing it to our region anytime soon. Yeah, and there's already enough people like screaming about pay to win in this game, so if you told people that, hey, there's an entire RNG system that has no pity, that can give you a skin that gives you another 1% whole like main stat over the person next to you, like even if the damage is negligible, because at the end of the day it's like 1% extra per piece, so it is like doubling the amount of main stat you get. I think the actual DPS increase is considered relatively negligible, what I'm thinking. I don't know the exact numbers, I haven't looked into it because I don't really care too much for it personally. it's it's not gonna go over well. Basically, it's like there's no way that's gonna fly. Like, because the problem is that like there's already so much stuff is in the game that people are already upset about, as in like, hey, you know, the fact that people can like the honing percentages, you know, people don't like the honing system. I mean, that's fair, that's perfectly understandable, especially considering that in the West most MMOs are you get your gear and that gear is that gear and you don't really have to upgrade it and it's at full strength. But you know, but then you're also fighting RNG, so you know there's a trade-off. But where are they gonna go? I was gonna do something else right now, but yeah, it's just that, you know, it's not gonna go over well, and so I imagine they'll do some changes. It's just we don't know what it's gonna be because they haven't even mentioned legendary skins. They haven't even so much as breathed its general term. So I think that's probably a pretty safe indicator that if they don't say anything on the roadmap, on this next roadmap coming, it's probably a pretty big indication that we're probably not going to get those anytime soon. Which, on one hand, is fine, but on the other hand, it also kind of sucks because some of those legendary skins look nice. They look pretty fucking nice. I like them. Like there's a destroyer one in there that I'm like, yo, when that comes, if it doesn't cost a mortgage, I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna get it because that shit looks good. Granted, there's also like other skins that'll come. Like, for instance, I'm curious how they're gonna handle, because there's been a couple times they gave out skins for free in Korea that I don't know if we'll get them for. And I'm not talking about like the anniversary one, because that's another one. A lot of people, we don't know how they're gonna handle that. Are we gonna get our own anniversary skins, or are we gonna just get the anniversary skins that Korea has and stuff like that? Like, we don't know. Oh right, I was gonna do this. So Shadespire and Fatespire. 15, and then I need to get my hands on some. Well, these will give me cube tickets, so we can then do cube ticket after. I was like, I knew there was something I was trying to do for the express mission. I just didn't remember what it was. So yeah, so there's still a couple systems left that we don't have. That it's it'll be interesting to see what they do with it, because they could go like any different way with it. Like, I personally don't like the dying system too much in the game because I could have made that. Yeah, I could have made that one. I thought I was gonna leave edge. I don't like the dying system because you can't just dye one piece of like the skin or the weapon or whatever. As soon as you apply any change, it automatically makes the other areas that you can change white. So then you have to recolor those to the original color, and then you have to use extra tint anyway. And I'm like, why? Like, question mark? Like, it's such a weird thing in my opinion. Like, I personally don't like it. I think it's pretty dumb. I think that, you know, I should only be charged for the specific areas. Like, if I want to recolor the whole thing, then yes, I should spend 30. If I don't want to recolor the whole thing, then I shouldn't have to spend like 30 things of dye just because I want the trim to be gold but the actual hammer to be black, kind of deal, right? Like, I don't know. I'm not quite sure the reasoning behind that one. That one probably is like, well, we're gonna make you spend a little more so that way you have to buy. Because the only way to get the dye stuff, the dye consumables, is from stuff like events and monthly logins. And then you buy, if you want more than that, you have to buy it from the shop. So, I think it's for blue crystals, but still, it's a lot. So I get it, you gotta monetize or you can monetize, but to me that one's still a bit, I don't know if I'd straight up just be like, oh, that one's scummy, but it's pretty borderline in my opinion. So it'll be interesting to see. Also, I really hope that this express mission doesn't make me have to. That's gonna suck. It's gonna suck a lot. Because 450 in like tier 1 tower isn't that bad, but I still haven't cleared 450 on my like 1400 scrapper for tier 2 because I hate the survive rooms. I just hate them. I don't know who thought of them, but I hope they stub their toe on their fridge when they try to get water. As I don't like them at all. I do not like them at all, personally. After I do think that after doing this, like this tower stuff, like I'm probably gonna do tower. I'm probably gonna do a cube run, and then depending on how much time we have, I might try to do PvP. It'll kind of just depend on how long it takes me to get through the tower and the cube, because tower isn't so variable, but cube, it kind of just depends on like how well you get for a group for clearing AoE, and how many like different types of, like how many good rooms you get back to back. That's why I don't like doing cube, but we has to do the cube for the express mission, so we're gonna have to suck it up and do it anyway. I hate doing cube. I don't like it. Well, I like the concept. Like, I think the idea of it is good, but I think the actual execution for cube was poorly done. The fact that, like, it's just RNG and you have, like, no control, and you don't get any stronger, because you can tell that for the cubes, right? They're trying to do the roguelite thing, where it's like, it's random, you get random buffs, you get random this and that. But I think they miss the mark, and they forget that what makes roguelites interesting is that, while it is random what buffs you get and stuff like that, you don't lose the buffs usually going from one room to the next. And most of the popular roguelites, like for instance, like think Hades, right? Like Hades is probably one of the more popular roguelites nowadays. And Hades is popular because you're progressively getting stronger the deeper you go into the run. Granted, so are the enemies you're fighting as you're climbing out of Hades, but it's still pretty good. Like, and I feel like they missed that for Cube. I feel like if Cube, what it was is, they could kind of like copy Hades a bit, where Hades, you know, you can choose like what room you want to go into. So either you want a weapon buff, or maybe you want like whatchamacallit, maybe you want a god power or something like that. Like, you choose what room you want to go into, and then you gain a power up, or you choose something that then gives you bonuses outside, that you can, you know, buy stuff outside of the actual run itself to then help you in the run, like that kind of deal. I feel like they really like kind of missed the ball on that. And I think like if what they did was each type of room and has its own buff. Yeah, because that's the other thing, right? Like, you only really get a couple of honing mats, and then like you get protection items, right? Which is nice, like, don't get me wrong, but I feel like the amount you get for the amount of time you could spend in cube is not very proportional, really. Because you could get pretty unlucky and get a bunch of like rooms where you barely finish the room in time, and it gives you like no points. And if you get no points, that means it extends like how much you have to do cube. So even if you're not going for the XP and the silver, it's like, I don't know, it's just like, it's just rough. It's just rough. Like I feel like they need to do something with it, because like I like doing boss rush. I mean, granted, I like doing boss rush in like other games too, but boss rush in this game for me is pretty fun. I think it's pretty fun. It can get pretty nutty at the end depending on what like RNG you roll, because I've had a couple times where I've had like double moke shadows spawn, and they're just like spitting out lasers and flopping all over the place, and you're just like, you gonna finish that today? Like, can I like do anything to you today? Kind of deal. But a lot of times it's also just kind of fun, because you'll see like, you'll get like the gorilla, and then you'll get like you get moke, and then you'll get like black fang, and you're just like trying to chase everybody around. And then, or usually you wait, and then like you try to line them up right, so that way you can hit them all with like an awakening and just like kill them all at once. Like, pretty fun. And because you have like options, right? You don't really have options for what you can do in cube. It's like, oh, spread out and kill everything. Cool. Kill this one boss. Cool. Run away from the bombs that, you know, are kind of annoying, and you can't kill them or anything, while we spawn ads that you then have to kill while avoiding bombs. Like, I don't know, like, it's not very, because I guess that's the other point, is that it's also not very engaging gameplay wise, right? You know, it's just, if I wanted to kill a lot of stuff, I would go do Chaos Dungeon. If I wanted to kill one thing, I would go do Guardian Raids. But like, you know, it doesn't mix anything up, and it's just like, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's just, it feels like it feels almost unfinished in a way, or maybe it was like, or it feels, well, I guess I wouldn't say unfinished. I feel like it feels outdated, right, compared to the rest of the game. And I feel like it's just something they haven't visited in a while, and I think it'd be pretty nice if they kind of like just revamped it. Like, they could even do some sort of like story implication or something, like, oh, the I think, what is it, the Howl or whatever is like the race of the people that made the cube, basically. You know, they came back and something, and then they like revamped the cube, or they came back through the cube, and so now you're fighting the Howl in the cube or something. Like, they could do they could do all sorts of stuff with it. It's just, I hope they do something, because when you tell me I have to run cube, it makes me like, the emotion I feel is probably how people feel when you start pulling their teeth out with pliers, and it's just like, just pain. Just like, I don't want to go in there. It is a nice income of silver though. Oh bruh, when people AFK, I think the only thing that people AFKing pisses me off more than like in PvP is cube. If you go into cube and you AFK in a corner, like, you're terrible. Yeah, you're terrible. The worst one, I had one where he like AFK'd and we had a room that was like, it was one of those rooms that was like 2 minutes, but then you got the debuff that everybody dies in 50 seconds. And like I had like one guy AFK in a corner and we were down to the wire on that debuff from all wiping because he was just like I don't know what happened because he was active the whole time leading up to it, and then that one room he just didn't do anything, and like I'm assuming something probably came up, but man, cube is like one of the worst things you can like AFK in. But I think the only thing worse than cube for AFKing is like PvP. When you PvP and like when you AFK in PvP, you're really like just ruining it for your whole team. But cube is pretty close. Cube is a pretty strong second. Especially if it's like also one of those rooms where it's like the rooms I hate the most are the bomb rooms, and then the rooms that it's like, oh, kill all these ads, all these small ads that run around a lot. And then you also have like blind where you can only see like this small circle around you, and you're just like, why? Like just why? Like who thought this would be fun? Like who looked at this and went, yeah, people want to play this. This is what people want. What people want in our game. Like, and it wouldn't be so bad, right? If it like buffed you, right? Because I feel like that's an easy fix to cube, right? Like every room always gives you a positive and a negative modifier kind of thing. Because sometimes you have runs, because I've had them, where all you get is negative modifiers. You just never get a positive one. And you're just like, you either get a negative one or you just don't get any modifiers. And it's just like, I feel like if you just made every room give you a positive and a negative, it would be fine. Well, at least it would probably feel a lot better. Because that's definitely one of the biggest things I don't like about cube, is it's just like, hey, we you know, we gave you 3 rooms back to back that constantly drain your HP passively, and there's nothing you can do about it. And then when you're half dead, we're going to give you the room that you then can't use any consumables. So you can't heal. And by the way, it's like a boss room, and the boss likes to do a lot of AoEs. Have fun with that. And I'm just like, why? Why? Shit. This is this room. Actually, you know what? Fuck this room. Problem solved. This room was such a huge bait when like we first did it, because like in all the other rooms you generally run to the middle, and in this room if you run in the middle the alarm goes off and all the archers kill you. I used to, so like I'm the guild leader for my guild because we have a small guild, and there's only a few of us, and so and none of the other guys wanted to do it, so I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'll do the guild stuff. And I used to take the cube, so I used to always take boss rush and cube when it popped up, but I got so sick and tired of cube that I'm like, I am abusing my basically my guild leader power, and I am not taking cube ever. Granted, the other guys are officers, so if they want, they could grab it, but I'm just like, if you guys grab cube, you're doing it all by yourself, because I am not doing cube at all. Like, I just don't. Like, I'd rather just live without it. Alright, so we did the 1st to 15. Okay, 25. That's not bad. That's completely doable. That is completely doable. I was really worried that it would randomly go from 15 to floor 50 for completing. I'm just like, oh my god. But yeah, for guild weeklies, I usually like even it out now. I'll usually do I'll get boss rush, because I'll do boss rush all day. Like I like boss rush. It's fun. As long as I have tickets, I'll do it. I'll take boss rush. I'll take conquer hazardous waters, because that one's really easy to complete. Like literally everybody can do it, because it's just super easy. Because you literally just go to 2 points in a map and then you're done. And then for the level 2, and like basically what I'll do for the hazardous water is I'll go take point 1 and 2, and then as soon as you finish the quest the first time, you instantly accept it again, and then you'll instantly complete reaching one of the points, because you pick it up being in the point, so it auto completes, and then you turn around and go to the second point, and then you're done, and you've done the quest twice on a character and you're done, and you just. So I'll do boss rush, I'll do conquer hazardous water, and then I'll do I usually do a gathering one for the 3rd one. because like the usually gathering one I'll take it for fishing because I'm like we all have multiple tier 3 ults, so you always need like fusion materials, so you should just ult. So fishing is usually a pretty safe one, but usually the guys don't like doing all that much fishing, and I'm like, it's fine. I'll pick up the slack. So I usually finish it like 2 or 3 times on all my characters. But they're starting to get higher and higher with more ults, so they're also having to do more fishing. But I don't know. Cube is like probably, I think Cube and then like tier 2 tower are like the only 2 things I absolutely detest in this game. As in, I just don't like them. Like if they removed them tomorrow, I would like probably go out and like buy alcohol to celebrate and throw a party and be like, we don't got Cube no more. Everything else in this game I don't mind, but those two, the tier 2 tower and Cube are like the only 2 things I'm like, it's like dragging a kid to the dentist, right? Like that's me. You have to like basically hook me up to like a tow truck and like drag me into Cube if you want. But it's just like, I mean, it's not terrible. Like, you know, that's probably a little bit over dramatizing. Like, I'll still do Cube, but it's not high on my list of shit that I'd like to go into. I would rather do it tier 3 infinite chaos dungeon runs than do Cube. That's how bad it is. But I still need to do Cube is the worst part because I need masterpieces. Because I need those. I need the fucking judgment rune. The legendary judgment rune is I unfortunately play 2 classes that used Judgment Conviction, and the I think Masterpieces is like the easiest to get for Legendary, because if I'm mistaken, I think the purple Judgment runes are all from Rapport, and they're all like from pretty long Rapports. So, even I think there's another Legendary. I don't remember, don't quote me on that one. I'll have to check the codex. But I need masterpieces, and there's 2 masterpieces I'm missing out of Cube. This one's annoying. Pretty sure I know what this one is. Yeah, this one's kind of annoying. But we're 1370, so I do not. Oh. Hey, what's up? Alright. Oh, actually, okay, no, this one isn't the annoying. The annoying one is, I think it might be floor 25 actually. The annoying one is the one where you fight with the angel, which I'm pretty sure is probably gonna be floor 25, and you get like 2 or 3 of those guys that spawn. And when you're in here at like tier 1, and the first time I did it, and you get like those 3 guys to pop out, and they're all just like shooting off fireballs at you, and you're just like, could you guys like chill, corner by yourselves, preferably? Like, jeez. Like, I know you're fire like demon guys and everything, but yeah, it's pretty rough. Like, you know. That's why, like, I mean, it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to fight those. You know, 1370 is not so bad, but when you're like 400, 600, you know, you're just trying to get some materials to get to the Phaeton or something. You're just like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to do that floor again. That floor is bad. Because the other thing is that, like, usually you don't deal that much damage on those floors. Because it's like, because there's a couple floors in this one when after you free the angel, where it's like, the fight's basically designed for you to literally just like AFK in a corner and let the angel kill everything, because you just don't deal damage to like the big like elite special character they pull out. And it's just like, you're just like, can I just kill that, please? But if you let me kill it, I would have been done 3 hours ago, right? I would have saved the world and still had time to get like a burger. But because I had to wait for the angel, the world ended. But luckily, you know, again, unless you, to be fair, with most stuff, you can probably, if you're doing the express mission and you do tower, you probably don't even need to go past 420 for materials. So, like, I didn't have to go into, well, I didn't go into tower at all. I probably should have. When I was pushing this guy from tier 1 to 1370 yesterday, I probably should have gone into tower a bit to get some of the shard pouches. So I could have saved on shard pouches and leap stones. Because tier 3 is a bitch and a half for leap stones. I had so many leap stones saved up. I had 120 of the Anguished Isle chests saved. I had 300, I think, of like just regular honor leap stones saved from all my tier 3 characters. Which, this guy is like the 5th one in tier 3, so that's like 4 tier 3 characters worth. And then, was and then I had like all of the leapstone chests from the arc pass saved, and I used all of them, and I still didn't have enough leapstones to get to 1370. Part of that was I also got a little unlucky towards the end, on the last couple pieces, and I pitied like a couple times, and it's, you know, a little annoying, but happens. So, oh yeah, no, bards, like I feel bad for bards when they have to do like solo only content, because it's like they'll deal like no damage. They'll deal like 0 damage in like PvE content, which is kind of funny because like I have been like in PvP content I'm kind of scared of bards because they can actually deal a respectable amount of damage, but in PvE I feel bad for you guys because at least on Paladin you have like your judgment abilities on Paladin actually deal damage, so you can kind of speed it up. You know, it's not much better, but it's definitely still more damage than bards. What is it? I've seen I think I watched I forgot who it was. I was watching it was like the first week Lost Ark for the West came out, that I was watching someone stream and they were like streaming their bard doing tower, and I was like, yo, that looks so painful. Because my first character, like I don't play supports. My first character was a scrapper, and so I cleared tower on my scrapper, and that was pretty hunky-dory. But like, you know, I had a friend of mine who he played Paladin from day one, and he's like, yo, this tower is AIDS. I was a support. And I was just like, oh, I believe it. I believe it. It's pretty bad. I feel for the supports though. I feel for them. If I could do, I think actually tower is probably one thing I think would benefit from having you being able to do it in like a group, right? Especially for like supports. Like if supports could, or like, and it doesn't have to be like a full group, right? They could do like duos. Like you could queue with like one other person to do tower. I feel like it would definitely like take the edge off tower a little bit. Maybe not so much in the survive rooms, but in the usual room clearing and that kind of stuff, and like when you have to like kill the stuff, it probably definitely helps. Bye. All right, so we're done with tier 1 tower. That's great. So I finished tower on my main bard, and I was like, ooh, and I found out my tier 2 ulti. Artie alt could do the same exact thing. Yeah, that's always like the worst. Yeah, because my friend told me that because he started with a paladin and then he made a sorceress, and he's like, I'm so mad at how much faster I can clear things on a sorceress than I could on my paladin. And I was just like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Because he did tower on his sork, and he was like, bruh, like he took all of his like best times and like halved them or some shit, or even less than that on the sork. And I was like, that's a support life, buddy. It do be rough. It do be rough. Okay. So now I'm assuming this one's probably gonna be the same, right? So floor 15 and then floor 25. So. Also, something to keep in mind about the express mission is do not forget that you have until the 30th of June to select a character to do the express mission. So even in case you wanted to wait to see if they were going to give us a new class in June, you can save it. But you have until the 28th of July to actually finish all the missions. So you have an extra month past the last day for choosing a character to actually complete it if you, for whatever reason, have to wait that long for. So, you know, you can, if you want to kind of like min-max it, because again, with the whole power pass debacle that they did with Destroyer, where they interestingly decided not to give Destroyer a power pass, which I think for the most part most people disagreed with that choice. We don't know what they're going to do for June, because they could just easily give us a class in June and be like, well, the express mission's still active through June, so you guys don't need a power pass, even though that would be like 3 classes released. So you can save it if you want as a just in case scenario, or if they give us like, on the off chance they decide to give us say 2 new classes in June and they only give us 1 power pass, but it's 2 classes that you're interested in playing, you could save the express mission and then be like, well, I am slightly less interested in this class, so I will express mission this class, and then you know, power pass the other class. So that is an option. That is something you can do, because you do have plenty of time to complete the power pass, even if you wait till late June to actually activate it, because you have until the end of July to complete it. So that is something to keep in mind. All right, so we're gonna do tier 2 tower. which is going to be interesting because I don't know if I've actually cleared. Okay, I have cleared till 20. How high did it? I went pretty high because I went to get the Giant's Heart. Yes, I've cleared till floor 35 before I said fuck this noise and I left. And that was when I was at like 1370 on the scrapper. But I need to go back in here and get this quick recharge and get this last skill potion. Because this is the last +3 skill potion I'm missing personally. I have been grinding skill potions since like the very first day. And the only things I'm missing are 3 +6s and 1 +3 potion. And 2 of the +6s are from... Well, one is from Punica. And then the other from the Punica Adventure Tome. And the other 2 are from collectibles. One is the Omnium Star one. And then the other one is the Ignia Token one. Those are the only, so I'm only missing 4 skill potions left. So, which is nice because if you play a DPS class, getting your, whatchamacallit, getting +11 on your abilities is actually kind of a big deal. All right, I forgot he's not the boss. Yo, yeah, a lot of people did that. I heard that as like, I feel like that's the reason I thought they were going to change their stance on the power pass thing, because they did royally fuck up on the expiration date. And if I'm mistaken, they didn't even end up fixing it on the actual item until like, I think it was like just before the actual date that was put on the item. And I know a lot of people who didn't read the patch notes, and even people who did, like I read it and I saw that expiration date and I'm like, yo, I'm not even going to begin to try to like tempt fate on it, because I would like losing a power pass is kind of a big deal. But I thought for sure because of that they were gonna like change their stance on it and be like, yeah, we messed up with the expiration date, we weren't very clear with like talking about the power pass, how it's only one kind of deal. Because that's the other thing. I went back to read the roadmap for, well, I went back to read the roadmap and I went back to read the April update, and they were hella misleading with the power pass, because when you read the power pass, it specifically says in the April update you can use it to get to like upgrade your character to 960 with a full set of 960 gear on your shiny new Glaivier or any other class of your choice. And I'm like, yo, that's like, reading that, I'm like, anybody would read that and like understand that as it was specifically given to us for Glaivier or any of the other classes already released. Like, nobody would have read that and been like, oh, this is obviously talking about also Destroyer, because they didn't mention Destroyer at all in that sentence. It literally just said Glaivier or any other class you chose, and then you compound that with the whole expiration date thing, right? And you're just like, bro, you really should have just given an extra power pass to just kind of be like, yo, we kind of fucked up, sorry, and here's an extra power pass, but don't expect it for the next one. And I think people would have been fine with that. Well, actually, no, they wouldn't have, because as soon as, you know, even if they were like, this is an apology, this is not going to set a standard, as soon as like the next 2 classes come out and they don't have and they both don't have power passes, people would have been like, but you gave 2 for the other. Actually, no, I understand, but still, I digress. I think there was enough fuck upness in how they handled the first one that Malgate should have kind of like changed their minds and been like, yeah, we're going to give a power pass for the Destroyer as an apology. But they didn't, and unfortunate. Because I also know people who, they were interested in Destroyer and they used both the power pass and the express mission. And I was just like, yo, y'all just need to like, you gotta chill, right? Like, if you don't have the express mission or the power pass, like, you're not getting the Destroyer to tier 3 like very quickly. It'll probably take you the full week with the new event. So, but luckily I saved both a Vern power pass from the first 2 Vern ones that they gave us for free, and then I saved a I wonder how much I could like block with this. A lot, actually. Alright, member to self. You can cheese the shit out of some of these survivor rooms with a Destroyer with 3 gravity cores. So, if you guys really hate the survive rooms, just take Endure Pain, tripod it to always give you 3 gravity cores, and then just pop it when you run into the room, and then when you're in kind of like an oh shit button, just pop one of your unleash skills, get yourself an extra 30% health shield, and you're good to go. At least for tier 3. You're in like tier 3 gear, because this is 1370. This is a 1370 destroyer is what I'm running. So that's kind of nice. Oh wait, what am I doing? Oh, I missed. Fortunate. I was hoping to get them both, but he charged there at the end. Yo, I 110% knowledge transferred the shit out of Rohendel. I did that last night. I was like, you cannot pay me. Like I was talking to Hunter earlier. I was like, you cannot pay me enough like real money to do Rohendel again. I did it 4 times before I started knowledge transferring it. Well, no, I did it 4 times, and then I didn't do it on the Glaivier because of the Fate and Power Pass, and then I refused to do it on the Destroyer. I just knowledge transferred. I was like, you cannot get me to do that. I don't care. It's so long, and you have to talk to so many people. Like, and it sucks because it has one of my favorite. Like, I like the actual like NPCs for Rohendel. The actual like NPCs are actually pretty fun to deal with and talk to, but I cannot stand like the questing. You have to talk to so many people. You have to run left, right, and center. You're just like, it's so. I mean, in the time it takes you to do Rohendel, you can literally do Yorn and Phaeton. Like who thought that was a good? I mean, to be fair, we also have to remember that tier 1, Rohendel was their like end game content. Oh, do I have to defeat you? Alright. Alright. Also, Tower is the #1 exponential for Chaos Shards for me when I do it, because anytime there's like a named mob, I'm like, alright, Awakening, bye. But yeah, no, Rohendel is rough. Like, if you can foot it, like, right, like if it doesn't like break the bank to like knowledge transfer Rohendel, like 110% do it. Like I just can't. I can't justify being like, yeah, no, do Rohendel, man, it's fine. Like, no, you do it. The only reason you would do, I would even suggest doing Rohendel is if you don't have enough knowledge transfers, because that's the problem, right? Rohendel, you can only knowledge transfer so many times. Every time you knowledge transfer, you then have to manually go through it again to then get another chance to knowledge transfer. And it kind of sucks. Because for Vern, it was as long as you had one character that went through the Vern Shoeshire stuff, you were pretty good, because you got, I think it was like 9 is what they gave you right off the bat, which is a pretty hefty amount. But for Rohendel onwards, you have to complete the story manually once for every time you want to like knowledge transfer it, and that's rough. That is very rough. But like, I think I have 3 more knowledge transfers for Rohendel because I did it 4 times. Ooh, shit. Yeah. Gotta watch out for that. Yeah. Bruh, have I mentioned I hate survive rooms? Because I hate survive room. I don't know if I mentioned this or not. There we go. Alright, this is a better pace. Oh, you still get hit even if the beam is already fired. And I didn't put tenacity on my Earth Eater, so I can't just like... I had to use that for the shield. This is why I hate tier 2 tower. That's why I don't do it very much. I'm 1370. I'm getting beaten to death in a corner. Oh, am I just gonna get... Okay. Whew. My flip was on cooldown. I probably would have died in that corner if I didn't have a break there. To be honest, if they were just 30 seconds, like not even 30 seconds faster, if the actual room was only like survive like 30 to 45 seconds, I think I would be able to, I think it would be better. I think it would be better. Because like, right, like you're going through all this shit and you're just like, bruh, do the awakening, do the awakening. Oh my god, I almost died there. Oh, that was touch and go there at the last second. Yeah. And the problem is that like I'm so slow for Destroyer, you know, this room is kind of bad because you're slow. The other character I did it on was a Scrapper. Also, let me tripod, because I would have had an easier time if I had tenacity on this instead. Because a trick you can do, right, is you take Earth Eater and you tripod it for tenacity. And so now tenacity means that as long as you're doing this, you're not going to get knocked back. But unless you get hit by a stun, you can just keep going. So in that room, if I had tripoded that for tenacity, I could have just, like I should have been using, to be honest, I should have been using Endure Pain on cooldown, because Endure Pain gives you super armor for a certain amount of time and reduces how much damage you take. And mine's tripoded for it to do that for 8.5 seconds. And then you combine that, and then you give Earth Eater tenacity. And even if you don't have cores, you can still just pop it and you'll gain the tenacity. And that could have been a better way. Like, I probably would have had less oh shit moments there, because Earth Eater actually has a relatively low cooldown. It's deceptively short. It's only 18 seconds. And I don't remember if I have a gem on it or not. Because that's also not considering, you know, having like, you know, the gems on it, like high level gems. So it'll just get shorter. But there's definitely some big plays you could do there. If you're doing it on a Beserker, you could use Finish Strike, and then you could tripod your Sword Storm for tenacity, and that would probably be ways to kind of like deal with that. Alright. I mean, there's some cheese you can do. Because like for my scrapper, I came in here like for the survive rooms. I was in here with my PvP build that has like super armor on everything that can use it. And anytime I was in an oh shit situation, I just fucking popped the something with super armor, so that way I wouldn't have to worry about it. So you know, you still take the damage, right? But at least you know you don't get like stun locked to death, because. And that's just, to be honest, and those reflexes just came from PvPing, because in PvPing one of the worst things is getting stun locked to death. So you tend to like use your tenacity skills even like defensively, just as like a way to just not get knocked down, to then get juggled and killed. But that's definitely a big brain play. If you come in here on a destroyer, give yourself the increased duration on the buff for Endure Pain, and then put tenacity on Earth Eater with the second, third row tripod. And that way you can like move with Earth Eater while it has tenacity, and then that way you'll be good to go. Oh god, I hate that. He jumped in the air, so I missed. Ugh, I hate that bosses get invulnerable when they jump in the air. To be fair, the only reason I know this is because I've done these floors once on a on the scrapper. It's just I forgot that like the survive floors in this one have like have shit like that, where it's just like hey, we're gonna knock you up a lot, and then just like CC you to death. And I don't even think, I think if I didn't PvP as much as I do, I wouldn't even like have the knowledge for that, because PvP really makes you understand, like it makes you learn how nice super armor is and how to like abuse it, I guess you could say. Because super armor will save your life in PvP. But I mean, hey, look, there's nothing wrong with brute forcing. The fact that you brute forced to 449 on your bard, I respect it. I respect it. But what, oh, I think I'm trying to find like the real guy. This guy. Yeah. Yeah, see, if I didn't, like, the only reason I knew that was because I'd done this floor before. If I hadn't done that floor before, I'd been like, what the fuck am I trying to do?
Start.
Oh, yeah. 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 Yeah, there's definitely a lot of floors that, like, the first time you do it is, you're just like trust me, I'm right there with you. Like the first time I did like the tower at all, I was brute forcing everything. Like everything was getting brute forced. Like I wasn't even trying. Like I even forgot how to dodge roll sometimes. You know, like I was just like, oh, I'm just gonna like do my abilities and run in circles. Like trust me, I feel like everybody's first time in their in the tower, we literally just like brute forced the shit out of it. Do I? Oh, I have. This is. I was gonna be like, do I have to kill these guys? Trust me, I look back now and I'm like, I could have handled that so much better if I, you know, knew what I was doing. Oh my god, I'm so slow. I had to use that there to get out of it. Oh. Trying to use like my. Oh, do I have tenacity on this one? I don't. Shit. I should have put tenacity on that too. We still made it though. We still made it. Oh yeah, the one we have to be careful because if you land the missiles in the oil puddle, it gets caught on fire and then it like murders you. Like, oh. See, I didn't know that. See, Mr. Hoon. Now I gotta. Where's my invisibility thing? I gotta save that because I'm gonna have to do floor 24. I didn't know that. I really didn't. Here. What are you doing? Not moving. We're gonna put tenacity on this. Okay. So I will. Little buddy. I'm gonna do that because I'm gonna have to go there in a second. So we're gonna take. I need you to give me. I'll take 15. I have to grab a bunch of these for this guy anyway. And then, oh, I don't need that many. Marsh, calm down. The destroyer's not gonna take that much damage. All right, one of these days my mouse will stop double clicking. All right. So I am assuming it is the stealth robe. Yeah, grant stealth. Is it the stealth robe or the camouflage, or does it matter? Do you know? Do you remember? I imagine it doesn't really matter. Okay, purple. Got it. Alright. So it's on a hotbar. Yep. Got it. So hopefully I'll remember that and I won't try to just brute force it myself. Because I also sometimes have like the memory retention of like a 5-year-old. Oh, can I actually like, oh. I'm gonna wait for her to do like the charge forward that she likes to do. Ah, fuck it, I'll just do it. Remember when I said I was gonna wait for the charge forward and then I went fuck it? Yeah, that's what you don't do. Next, you know, when your brain goes, I know they do a maneuver that's gonna fuck me up, you just do that. And you follow the safe route because you would have been dead. Got a lot of stagger for this stuff. Oh, shit, I'm fucked. Yep. I forgot that they petrify from the outside. I'm gonna run over here. Because on my scrapper, I just ulted her. We were done. Ooh. Yeah. See, I even said it. I was like, I'm gonna wait for her to charge because I know she's gonna charge when I try to awaken. And then I got tired of waiting and I was like, fuck it. And then as soon as I pushed that button, she's like, I am charging. Oh, it's an eliminate enemy. I think this is the other thing. I wish they would just spawn the stuff all at once in here, so that way I could like kill everything. I guess the only reason I say that is because the only time I come in a tier 2 tower is in like 1370 plus characters. So I'm kind of just like, I could just murder this whole room if you would just give it to me. Easy peasy. Alright, because I am like paranoid that it's gonna make me like re-clear it if I don't just like leave and then re-enter. I'm gonna leave, get the reward for clearing tier 2 tower to floor 15, and then go back in and finish it the rest of the. But yeah, like for me, I think that's the other thing I don't like about cube, right? Is the cube rooms are also like that, where it's like just drip feeds you the enemies, but then it drip feeds it to you on a very tight timer, and you're just like, can I get those? You know, you're sitting there with a room full of corpses, and you're like, can you spawn the next ones, please? Oh, sweet. So it does give us the boss rush tickets. Ooh, cool. I was kind of worried about this because I don't have tier 2 boss rush on this character, and I have to do tier 2 boss rush for the express mission, and I was like, I can't get those. Because I can't buy anything from the guild shop on this guy till like Sunday. And he gets upgraded. Alright, so it is 420. Yeah, I wish you could like do something with this. Leap stones on mine. Let me see. For 100 leap stones yesterday, I had to drop like 2.5 grand for honor leap stones, I think. For like regular honor leap stones. A little more than I would have wanted to pay, but I don't think they're to the same price as other great honors yet. But I haven't checked today, so they might have gone up, because if they're going up, that's probably all the destroyers trying to like brute force their way up. Because I feel like a lot of people really didn't save any like stuff for destroyer because of Glaivier. Yeah, tier 2 without the express stuff is bad. Yeah, because tier 2 like I don't know about the armor now, but tier 2 armor yesterday for the destroyer, I saw it peak at like the cheapest piece of gear you could get was 800 gold, and the most expensive one cost like 10k.
How long will you last?
And it was just like, it was ridiculous for like tier 2 armor. I was just like, holy shit. Luckily, when I leveled my destroyer, I was able to kind of like, I got there, like I got to tier 2 before the bubble like started expanding, so I got most of my stuff for like 10, 20, 30 gold. The only thing I had to pay a lot for was the shoulders, which was the last piece I needed, and it cost me 900 gold to get, which was a good thing because the next like 20 shoulders that popped up were like 1200 gold or higher. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna just save all the, like, I'm glad I saved that money, because it also let me get to Punica, because I was able to get those shoulders like halfway through Yorn, so I could like stop doing Yorn and then come back later. So to me, the 900 gold was worth. I spent a lot of gold, yes. Basically, I think I spent close to roughly 18 to 20,000 gold with all the stuff I had to buy, like armor, the extra, like just extra stuff, like extra honing materials I needed, stuff like that. That I, you know, because I didn't want to open like the chest that gave me like 30 pouches if I only needed like 2 or 3, so I had to foot that bill a bit. So it was not cheap, even with the express mission, to get from tier 1 to tier 3. But we did it. Is your destroyer in tier 2, Hoon? Is that what he's going through now?
Success.
Yoho?
Start.
Oh, this is a survivor, am I? Oh, this, oh shit. Gotta keep running and... This room's annoying. That's definitely a fact. This one's the worst because eventually you'll get the like the whole army of centaurs just chasing you, trying to hit you. Or whatever this chick is gonna try to do. Oh, take any damage. Oh, these guys. Oh shit, these guys suck. And that's where Earth Eater comes into effect here. Alright, so here's the army of centaurs. And I have to outrun. I remember the first time I watched someone do this on stream. And they just saw this like massive army of centaurs spawn in the middle. And they literally, like, the expression on their face looked like they shit the bed. I was like, run! Like, don't just, you don't just see an army of things trying to kill you and you just stand there with like a deer in headlights. You try to get away from them. Alright, 3 more floors before we're done with this pain. Pain, Pecco. Where is... Low. There's another one. I think there's one more. Is there even more than this? Wait, how many are there in here? I don't remember how many are in here. It's been a while since I've been on these floors. I guess that was probably the named mob that it wanted me to kill. It's been like, well, it actually hasn't really been that long since I did tier 2. It's definitely been sooner than I did the tier 1 tower, but I think I was like so traumatized that I was just like, I just try to erase my memory of the tower. Because this room is also annoying. Because this room is actually probably the worst room as a destroyer because it's a multi-hit thing. And while you have options as a destroyer for multi-hitting, it's not very many. Not very many. Because Earth Eater is... The cooldown for Earth Eater is a little too long for what you need to do for this. Oh wait, no, it's damage. I always thought it was multi-hit. Because it takes so little damage. Never mind, because that perfect swing chunked the fuck out of it. Boink, and done. I always thought it was like multi-hits. I don't know why. It's probably because it was Scrapper. It's probably because it was Scrapper and I was too like afraid to hit Death Rattle because I was like, I don't want to try to Death Rattle and then get shot by like 100 people and just destroyed. Okay, this is the one that Hoon warned me about. I need to Alright, I forgot they were blocked. When he disappears, I need to remember to stealth rope. I don't know if they'll kill it fast. Oh wait, no, yeah, they do because they didn't target me at all. Yeah, oh my god, that's so big brain. Yo. They didn't just sit here and just wait for the thing. Oh my goodness. Hoon, you are a lifesaver. I just focus on like dodging the AoEs. That's so amazing. Oh, isn't that always the best when you do Yoho and then like someone sees you get transformed into a fox and you're just like, I'm gonna kill you. You're just like, not say you did. Oh, I can attack him? Like just all right. What? Got words for you. I didn't know if attacking him would have them like target me. I didn't want to touch him. That's cool though. That is amazing. That is definitely a huge lifesaver to know that. You just stealth row that and not have to worry about it. Yeah, that's whew. I mean, I think I probably could have cleared it with how much damage I dealt there, but I bet, especially on like if you did that on like you brute force that on your bard, bruh, like you are made of steel, my friend. You are made of steel. Yeah, I'll have to remember that when if I do it again. Chances are I probably won't. Don't move, don't move. Smile for the camera. Oh, he has a lot of health. And that should kill him. Yep. Alright. So that is it for the tower portion of the express mission. I don't think it's so bad. I don't think it's so bad if you have something like a Berserker or a Mayhem Berserker, a Destroyer, or a Gunlancer. It's pretty, you know, you can be still a nail biter, but I think you have enough damage reduction on those classes to deal with it. Yeah, anybody who tries to tell you that supports are like easy, the reason, all right, so like he's not technically wrong, right? Because individually, support engravings are usually engravings that DPS classes don't use. The problem is everybody knows what those engravings are, so if they ever get anything that has more than one of those engravings on it, they're gonna overcharge the shit out of it. And it's funny because like one of the things a lot of people go on is like a lot of people ask for artist because they go, well, if we have artist, we'll have more supports and more people will play supports. And it's like, you're not necessarily wrong, right? Because people just be interested and they'll try it out. But trying to but like when they look at how much it costs to gear a support, nah, they're gonna turn right back around and go play their DPS characters. Well, I think for our region, because it kind of depends what region you're on, because the auction house is actually region based. It's not like per server. So if you're on NA West, that's everybody on NA West is buying from it, and if you're like NA East, EU, etc., etc. I think for ours, one of the guys I know was telling me that someone was trying to sell, I think it was like Grudge Cursed Doll Crit for like 888,000 gold, like a relic one with like 5/3. Because I'm curious what it like. The accessories all relic. And we're just gonna search and then see what like the highest like buy now one. Yeah, that's why when a friend of mine was like, I'm gonna play Paladin, I was like, yo, bro, you know, whatever you want to do, we'll do. A lot of these are just people who are just gonna let stuff auction. I kind of wish that like, I don't know, they kind of like divided the categories. But I just want to see what like the buy now price, like what the buy now price is. We're gonna be here a while because nice search by count. You know what, we're gonna narrow it down. We're just gonna search by with like Grudge. Because I'm pretty sure that's probably gonna be the most expensive. Yeah, I think probably the most expensive like engraving for a DPS class would probably be currently like Igniter Sork. And even then they're still cheaper. Every time I sell alright, so the most expensive accessories for DPS on NA East are like, some of these are gratuitously overpriced, but this is that's a shitty. There's someone trying to sell it for like $1 million for a buy now price. Yeah, the relic stuff gets out of fucking control. Out of control. Let's see what it is for like a support. So let's say like we'll do Awakening. Then we'll look for Bard, so we'll do heavy armor. A lot of bards like to run heavy armor. Let's see. That's a crit, but yeah, here, what's this one? Awakening heavy armor specialization for 250,000 gold. Swiftness for 1 point. Yeah, like, these are kind of insane. Granted, those are like the top end. Yeah, well, I mean, the same thing happened with legendary accessories. I was able to get in to tier 3 slightly before legendary accessories like tanked pretty hard. Just a regular like a legendary accessory that now would be considered pretty shitty. I was selling them for like 8k a piece when I got into tier 3, and it was ridiculous. It was pretty ridiculous. I will say the prices should come down because, if I'm not mistaken, in this box, okay, so that's maybe not. Oh no, they go down. But if I'm mistaken, I think the higher as time goes on, I think eventually these boxes from the Challenge Guardian raid event or Challenge Guardian raids will eventually give you relic accessories. And then so right now the reason relic accessories are so expensive is, first of all, they've only been out for a day, and the only ways to get relic accessories is from Descaluda, Thunderwing, who is today, Bolton, normal and hard, more so from hard than normal, and then in chaos dungeons they don't start dropping until 1445, and even then they have a relatively low drop rate at 1445. So a lot of times, so that's really why they're super expensive right now, is because they're very, very limited quantities. There's very, very few ways to get them, and not a lot of people are high enough where they get relic accessories consistently enough to put a lot of them on the market to bring the price down. So any cheap like relic accessory you see is probably going to be pretty dog shit, because people are just going to put up whatever they have to hope it sells. And then anyone that's like worth buying, that's even like considered like that you would consider it average, is probably going to be pretty expensive, all things considered, which is unfortunate, but that is how it rolls in the auction house, because everybody wants that money. Like, I won't lie, I understand that supports get like overpriced, especially on like ability stones and stuff, but that did not stop me from selling a really good bard ability stone for 9,000 gold like last month. Sorry, not sorry. I needed the gold. It funded getting my scrapper to 1400, so it's all right. Like, don't worry, a tear rolled down my face when I hit enter. And then a tear, like, it rolled down one eye, and then it rolled down the other eye when somebody bought it, and it showed up in my, like, you know, I got 9,000 gold in the mail like 2 hours later. So trust me, it hurt my heart to do that, but I still did it. I still did. I'm not even gonna pretend like I didn't. Use. Oh my god. Yo, these bosses, we having some problems. We having some problems. I can't land Earth Eater to save my life. Well, to be fair, my buddy who plays Paladin is like worse than I am, because he's like these Paladin accessories that he gets, he's like, he instantly puts those bitches up for like as high as he's like comfortable putting them. All right, I'm just not gonna land anything in this. Yeah, tier 2 stones being that expensive is kind of ridiculous. That is kind of ridiculous, but at least they still give you kind of an option to try to do something, because like oh, that isn't, oh, the shield fell off. Oh, that's interesting, I didn't know that. Yeah, tier 2 supports don't still be their prices. Crazy. Well, not happening in Korea isn't like terribly accurate. From what I understand, from what I've seen from other people that played in Korea, like Korea had the same problem like early on. Korea doesn't have the problem now because there's like so many ways to get relic stuff, and because like so Korea there's legendary. We just got relic now, and then in Korea there's another level called ancient, which we won't get till Belshazzar. From what I understand, in Korea and Russia, they had the same issue for supports. Like shit was like grossly overpriced at the beginning, as like players are just like they just want to make money. And unfortunately, the issue with that is that a lot of times they're trying to make that money off of like get gold from the whales, and the whales will buy it because they're whales. And then unfortunately, it means the market for the first bit is going to be pretty like overloaded because it's just how it is. So it makes it really hard for like non-whale players, because even like this isn't even a spender versus like non-spender. Like light spenders and medium spenders are not going to buy those accessories. Like that's for, they're trying to get money from like the whales because they know like I promise you give it a week and even the support ones are going to be cheaper by a decent portion compared to what they are now. Because especially with the events going on and the fact that this new event gives us great honored leapstones on top of like the regular stuff, it's going to come down in price, and it's because more people are going to get to 1445, 1415. They're going to do Descaluda, they're going to get relic accessories, and then it's just going to drive the market down. It's just like, if you're not someone who's really bleeding edge, there's literally no reason to try to get a new type of accessory, like a new rarity, day one, because you're just asking to like just waste money, as people are just going to overprice the crap out of it. They always do. And this isn't like a Lost Ark exclusive problem. It happens in any MMO that you can sell gear. Is whenever a new gear comes out, they're going like people are going to overprice the crap out of it because they know people want it, and so it's going to be really expensive. Because like for instance in World of Warcraft, you have bind on equips. Bind on equip from raids, when the raid is new, there's guilds that all they do is they don't farm, they don't actually do the bosses in normal and heroic in World of Warcraft. What they do is they'll clear the first 1 or 2 bosses until they find an area in the raid that has a lot of like mobs you can kill, like just regular mobs, and then all they do is they just spend hours and hours just farming those mobs, trying to get bind on equips that they can then sell for hundreds of thousands of gold on the auction house, because they know that hardcore raiders who have all that gold, because they usually sell carries, will buy that for that price, even though it's preposterously overpriced. So like that's not really just a Lost Ark issue. That's just a problem in MMOs in general, is people will try to take advantage of those early things. It's just that in Lost Ark it's a bit more I guess aggravated, because like everything costs like gold. Like you need gold for everything, right? You need gold for honing, you need gold for buying things, you need gold to go to the bathroom in this game. Like let's be honest, like you want like 3 sheets of toilet paper, you better have 300 gold, buddy. Like it's crazy sometimes how much you need gold, which is why like I always suggest like pre-planning things ahead of time. Like never hone more than 1 character at it, like a week, like in the same week. Like look at your characters and go, okay, I want to get this one to like 14, 15. And then say you get it to 14, 15 because you get lucky. Say you one tap a couple things here and there, and you're like, oh man, I didn't use as many resources as I thought I was going to, so I should hone something else, right? Wrong. You shouldn't. At the very least, you should recoup what little you did spend before moving on to another character. Because the point is that what a lot of people tend to do is they'll hone one character, reach that goal on that character for gear score or item level, and then they'll turn around and instantly start working on another character. If you can afford it, 1340 is the place you want to park your alts, because yes, Scorpion sucks. Grexion is 1,000 times easier to fight than Scorpion, and 2, you'll be able to comfortably run and get into parties to do both of the Oreja dungeons, which will net you 1,500 gold per character, up to 6 characters. So 1340 is generally where people advise parking alts, because especially if you have the stronghold research buff, it's not that hard to get to. Like I didn't start running into really a lot of failures honing on the destroyer until 1355, so plus 10s. Plus 10 is where I really started hitting a wall and started failing on stuff. Actually, I pitied my shoulders from +10 to +11 because fuck them shoulders. The only reason you shouldn't do normal Oreha is if you can get that character to hard mode Oreha. Yeah, basically, yeah, for sure, 100%. If you don't have a normal, like if you're in that weekly reset, if you can get to 1370 within that weekly reset and have like a friend that can then carry you or go through hard mode easily and get it done, then 100% sure, don't do normal Oreha. But for any other character, right, it's like an alt where you go like you're trying to like regain resources from it, you're gonna do normal Oreha because he's gonna sit at 1340 for a while. And if you have him at 1340 and you don't have him do normal Oreha, then he's not recouping any of the gold that you spent on him. So I'm 1390. Do you think I should continue to 1415 or should I start pushing to 1340? That's going to depend on whether or not you have a group to do Volton. And if you can get to 1415 within this week. If you can't get to 1415 within this week, or you don't have a group that you know for sure you can go do Volton with, I would suggest probably doing the alts first. Because if you get your alts to 1340 this week, they can then turn around and do normal Oreha each for 1500 gold, which then you can turn around next week and pump back into your main to get to 1415 or continue going. So that's kind of how it would be. Because it kind of just depends on like your resources that you have available, right? Like I don't know how much gold you have. I don't know how much like Arc Pass materials you've saved. So it's kind of be a more like I can just give you like a guide point, which is that like if you have a team of people, like say you know that friend of yours with the group, like maybe if they haven't done Volton or they have space for you in Volton and you think you could push, I'd probably push 1415 because another thing you need to remember is you lose Oreha hard mode gold at 1415, and Oreha hard mode gold is an easy, how much is it, 2100 gold, because Oreha gold is like super easy. Like, so if you don't do Volton when you get to 1415, you're wasting gold because you can't go back to do Oreha hard mode anymore for gold. So if you, that's why I say it's both of those things. So if you can make it to 1415 and you can do Volton, yes, then for sure push to 1415. If either of those is no, then definitely, yeah, get your ults to 1340 so that way they can at least get you gold. And then you just park them at 1340, right? You don't touch them. You pretend those fuckers don't exist anymore at 1340 unless you really want to play them at 1370, because 1340, I think I did the math like last month. Pushing a character to 1340 with the research buffs, you recoup the gold you spent on it in about 2.5 weeks, because at 1340 you can still do the first, like you can still do Gated Paradise if you can stomach that raid, which, but basically it'll take you about like 2.5 weeks of getting gold back to recoup the gold. 1370 though is a shit ton of gold. It's way too much gold to get that done. So I don't generally suggest it for players unless it's a class they really want to play right now. Yeah, I can't blame you. Scorpion and Gate of Paradise are probably the two things that as soon as you don't have to do them and you can do something else, I'm like, fuck it, I'm out. Bye. See you. Because like Gate of Paradise is easily probably like one of the worst designed raids. Oh, bruh, that is I can't stand it. I hate it when people lie about knowing mechanics. I hate it because then you have like expectations and then they fuck up the mechanic and then they usually get really defensive when you try to point it out because they're like, I know what I'm doing, and it's like, well, you died 4 times for the same thing. I don't think you do. Yeah. It's like, look, you tell me the truth. We can talk about this. I can explain to you how it works. Everybody's happy. You keep lying to me and you keep like getting aggressively defensive. Like neither of us, like we can't help each other out. We're just gonna be stuck in this loop of you trying to pretend like you know what you're doing when you're not, and me trying to get you to tell me that you don't know what you're doing so we can talk about what to do. And it's just a vicious cycle that usually like causes shit to just not really work out, which is unfortunate. But that's also just a problem with like MMOs in general. People, for some weird reason in MMOs, people really don't like admitting they don't know something. And I'm just like, dude, it's okay. Just tell me you don't know. and then we'll work from there. And then it's fine. Not everybody knows everything. Like, and I got this because in my group of friends, I'm the guy that knows everything. I'm the guy that looks into researches. Like, usually I'm the guy that people are asking me questions like, hey, where there's this thing coming out, like, is this important? Like, do we need to know about this? Like XYZ. And I'm usually the guy that, you know, I answer those questions. But I'm used to like figuring it out. Riv, I'm only ever wrong because you literally forget half the sentence as I'm saying it. So I don't think your opinion matters in it. Because it was just yesterday you asked me like 3 times the same thing within an hour of me explaining it. You don't count. But yeah, that's one of the guys I play with. I have to answer the same question for him like 10 times in the week because he'll just keep forgetting. Yo, it took us a bit to figure out that you had to stagger the golden orbs. It took us a bit. Like I remember like because like the point is the orb stagger part, like you don't even need to actually stagger it, just put an overwhelm rune on something. When I was like, yo, everybody put overwhelm runes on anything, like we cleared the gold orbs. We started clearing them like pretty much no problem. But yeah, no, Alaric is, I think Gate of Paradise is unanimously considered the worst like designed raid ever that we have. Well, that survived, because there's some other bad ones that didn't survive. And but yeah, it's like even in Korea they're like Gate of Paradise is like the worst raid ever. So yeah, tier 2 takes, I know someone data mined the Guardian raids for tier 2 and they liked to say, and they were trying to say stuff like, oh, our like our Guardian raids aren't buffed compared to other regions and whatever, and I'm like, bro, there's no fucking way. There's just no way. I've ran a Lava Chromanium with a team full of people like geared in legendary tier 2 armor with like at least 2 level 3 engravings, and Chromanium still takes almost 10 minutes. Like with breaking and staggering him like almost instantly. Like there's something up with our tier 2 that just doesn't feel right. Just doesn't feel right at all. There's something off about it. I don't know if it's maybe we're missing something, or what. Yeah. I think tier 2. I'm pretty sure if they released a the graph, it probably, like even now with the nerfs, tier 2 Guardian raids probably still fail more than tier 3 and probably tier 1 Guardian raids combined, because there's just something about those fights that they're rough. They're a little too rough. There's something off about them, I feel. Well, yeah, because like that's the other thing, right? Is like a lot of people like to say that, like, because people be like, oh well, like tier 3 Guardians are dying faster than tier 2 Guardians. And a lot of people would be like, oh, well, that's because, like, well, you know the game better, and then you, like, you have better engravings and stats. And I'm like, that doesn't explain why Scorpion dies faster than, like, Lava Chromanium. When you're, like, over-geared for Lava Chromanium, and you're on gear score for... You're on item level for Scorpion. And as far as I'm aware, like, the Scorpion's, like, health pool is not much lower than Chromanium's. But he dies, like, in almost half the time. Like... There's something wrong there, and you can't like go like, oh well, it's because, you know, you're geared better. I'm like, no, you're not. You're 13. Like you can do Scorpion at like 1310, 1302, like right off the bat. So it's, you know, you're not geared much better than you were going into it. Yeah, it's not even. I've had like Scorpions where like my team has literally ran through all of their all the respawns in like the first 2 minutes of the fight, and then there's only 2 of us left alive and we still killed it in like 5 minutes. I'm like, you wouldn't get that in Chromanium. In Chromanium, if there's only 2 of you left alive in the first like 2 minutes of the fight, you're gonna be there for like the next 30 minutes trying to kill it if you don't just straight like quit. It's a little too much of a difference. So, like, again, I don't know if there's any shenanigans. I know they haven't officially stated anything. It feels like there's some sort of shenanigans involved, but if they did do something, they're not gonna admit it. I still think it's weird that, like, I was talking with friends of mine that I think it's weird that we have like Legion raids, but we still don't have like tier 1, tier 2 honing buffs. Yeah. 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 And that's what I'm saying. Like, so the express mission, you know how the express mission works, where you get the +2s and you get 100% and all that stuff. In the other regions, that's how their tier 1 and tier 2 just works passively, because they have the honing rate buffs. I kind of could understand at the beginning, like, you know, their reasoning. Like, we still want people to kind of experience this and blah blah blah, but I'm really like surprised that we have Vaulton out and they still haven't introduced those honing rate buffs. And if they don't talk about it in the roadmap, I'm probably going to be pretty disappointed, because I'm like, look, those honing rate buffs for at least tier 1 and tier 2 need to be in the game. If you're not going to give power passes for all the new classes, you at least need to buff tier 1 and tier 2, because tier 1 grind isn't the worst, but tier 2 is, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. You know, once you, and this is, if people who are going through the tier 3 drought are looking at tier 2 honing and being like, yo, that's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Because like that, like sometimes I feel like that last trying to get from 1000 to 1100 feels like the equivalence to me right now trying to go from like 1400 to 1415 on my scrapper if I wanted to, right? Because that's just how often you fail if you don't have like books and stuff sometimes. It's like I had a friend of mine who he like the Paladin friend, he did the express mission on his Artillerist, and he was like, and he got him all the way up to tier 3, and then he followed it up with the Shadowhunter, or one way or the other, I don't remember. He basically got two characters to tier 3 recently, and he was talking to me. He's like, yo, the difference in like honing, like in his experience honing those last like 100 levels to get from tier 2 to tier 3 for a character that had the express mission and the character that didn't, he was like, it was like night and day. He's like, I'd never want to do another tier 2 hone like that again, because it was so bad, because he failed so many times trying to get to 1100. And I'm like, yo, if you're doing that before, like, if that's people's experience, because mind you, we have the research honing buffs, right? Like, we have tier 3 characters, we have the honing rate buffs for tier 1, tier 2, and then the first part of tier 3, and it still feels bad. Like, imagine people who are like picking this game up brand new, and you know, they have to do that all for the first time with no honing rate buffs. You know, yeah, the events are nice, but the events aren't gonna do jack shit when you dumped all of your percentage items and all of your like honing materials, and you've still failed. Like, you pitied like 3 pieces of gear and you're still missing like 3 more to get to like 1100 to get to tier 3, which, oh, by the way, the game company and the entire community has been telling you, oh, the game doesn't get good until tier 3 and Legion raids, and then it takes forever to get there. People don't want to stick around for that, you know? Like, that's not the grind you want people to stick on, right? Like, you want people to grind Legion raids. You don't want them to grind tier 2. Like, there's nothing fun in tier 2. There's nothing cool in tier 2. So it's just like, that's why I don't understand why they don't do at least the tier 1, tier 2 honing rate buffs. The tier 3 ones, I'm like, I don't care. It's whatever. Like, the fact that they weren't in already tells me we're probably not going to get them till maybe Vieques, because I think that's when Russia got them, was on Vieques. So, for tier 3, so... To be fair, a part of me thinks they didn't do the tier 1, tier 2 honing rate buffs to kind of have a big thing for summer. Be like, oh, hey, we're bringing all the honing rate buffs, and here's the summer event, because that's probably going to be their try to draw in a bunch of new players, is with the summer event. And so, probably to capitalize on that, then they'll probably bring the honing rate buffs, but... And it's fine. I mean, as long as we get it. I feel like we should, like, I feel like for sure summer they should bring it. I think if they wait for after summer, like, that, I'm just like, there's something wrong in your head. There's just something wrong. Like, there's something going on there. Because I think because like in Russia, I think it was, or no, not Russia, I'm sorry, in Korea, I think it was relatively close to Belshazzar or Kakul Seidon when they got the honing rate buffs, but from my understanding, the other regions after Korea got it sooner. So, and I think it was usually around Vieques got it. I don't remember off the top of my head. I know I've seen some streamers talk about it when people ask them, but I don't completely remember off the top of my head. Yeah, 100%. Like, in my opinion, they should have brought it now. That should have been with the May update. Yeah. Yep. Like, it's definitely, I don't know. All I know is all the reasons they give, or all the reasons they allow the community managers to say just don't make sense. Yeah. Yeah, the Guardian raids are more fun. I like fighting Agrexion. Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, cause like at least in tier 3 it feels like you're working towards something, right? Like you're failing, but you're like, I'm working towards like Vaulted. Like I'm working towards like, you know, Legion raids. Like this stuff that, you know, people keep saying is amazing. In tier 2, it's like, oh, you're working towards having to do another big grind. Like, you know, you tell someone that, hey, you have to go through tier 2 to then go and deal with the grinding that is going from like 1302 to 1415. That is not something to look forward to. That is something you're like, oh, fuck this game. Which is why I feel like a lot of the like player base kind of dropped off, is because like tier 1 isn't that bad, but tier 2 definitely, like Arc of Arrogance isn't that bad of an abyssal, but Gate of Paradise is a pretty bad abyssal. The tier 2 Guardian raid fights they just take too long. Like I think Lava Chromanium's a fun fight, but it gets annoying as shit when he takes like 15 minutes to kill. I'm like, man, I got other shit to do. Like, which is why my 1000 striker goes and fights Calventus, because I can kill that in like 8 minutes at most. Well, specifically Vulcan. They showed the so this last winter, so for Lost Ark they have they center their major events around three times of the year. One is the anniversary, another one is summer, and then the last one is winter, because there are 3 like major seasons they do a lot of big things for. For winter, for the end of the year, they have what's called the Loa On, which is like Loa Online, because in Korea, but like in the West, we shorten Lost Ark to LA. In Korea, they shorten Lost Ark to LOA. The LO is for Lost, the A is for Ark. Why they do that, I don't know, but I think it's just how like Asian countries shorten their alphabet stuff. They showed the actual like percentages, and Lost Ark didn't actually start doing good until Vulcan came out. Because Vulcan is unilaterally, to this day in Korea, still considered like the best raid they've ever made. Even Viekis and Belshaza and Kakul Sedan, people have some pretty decent complaints on it, but Vulcan by himself is generally considered most people's favorite raid in Lost Ark. So that just shows you how well designed of a raid it is. But that's what's really started spiking the player retention in a lot of the games, because we had Argos as our end game from March, early March till now. Basically been Argos, so that's like 2 months. In Korea, Argos was their end game, I think, for 4 months before Vulcan came out. And Argos, like, they kind of revived the game with tier 3, and then Argos almost like single-handedly killed the game again, from what I understand, because it's such a boring fight, Argos, in my opinion. Like, he's cool, don't get me wrong, the effects are cool, but when you get to the nitty-gritty of it, the fight's still kind of like boring once you do it more than once. And then the whole point where you have to do all 3 phases in one go is also kind of annoying, which they change in Legion raids, which is nice. But it's just like, yeah, you can't tell people that, hey, this one content that's like pretty deep into tier 3 also, right? Like, it's not like, you know, it's not like we're talking about Argos, which is 1370. We're talking about 1415. And if we want to be honest, like, we're probably talking more about 1445 because of the relic sets. That's pretty deep to go in there to then tell people that, you know, we don't want to give you honing rate buffs to get there easier, but then we're also going to like center all our promotion for this game around this content. It's like, you got to kind of pick a side here. You gotta pick, are you going to promote this content? Then you're going to have to like get people to that content. If you're not going to do that, then just pretend it doesn't exist and don't talk about it and let people find out, because it's going to make people mad. Because I mean, it makes people mad. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if I went to the forum right now. I could probably find a bunch of threads opened up about people mad there's no honing rate buffs and that, you know, it's going to take them to get to 1445, even though, I mean, you still can't craft a full relic set until Beserker comes out anyway. All right, this bug annoys the shit out of me. This is the second time I've had this bug where like I'll pick an item up to like move it and then it just stays on my cursor. I'm gonna see if like teleporting fix. Actually, why am I teleporting there? Let me just see if this fixes it. But I'm pretty sure that's just like a visual bug, because as you can tell, I can still use the mouse click. It's just doesn't want to drop the stupid pouches. All right, no, that didn't work. Character select. Yeah. If you get that bug, the only way I found to fix it was either going back to character select and coming back, or switching characters. Was the only way that bug like stopped. At least I couldn't find another way. I mean, I guess maybe I could have tried the stronghold one, like I was thinking. Maybe fully changing like actual locations could have solved it. But I could also just go to character select and come back. So annoying. Just another bug we can chalk up to this patch. Granted, you know, not as much of a pain as some of the other bugs that are out right now. But because like for instance, like the rapports are bugged at the moment, where Sasha and Aelin for rapports, their affection rank was removed, and that was a bug that happened in Korea, according to Rocks on the forums. So they already have a fix for that coming. But I imagine it won't be an issue, but I'm hoping that it doesn't cause complications where like players lose rapport levels, right? Like, because that's going to be the interesting thing to see if that happens. I forgot to open. But that's mostly because it was tier 2 boss rush, so I don't really care. We'll throw those out. And then we'll put those in the storage and send them over to the striker, because something to know is if you have a lot of tier 2 gems and you can craft like a level 10 tier 2 gem on a character, that level 10 will carry you pretty decently into tier 3. Because so for instance, these cooldown gems are 14% at level 7 for tier 2, and then they're 10% at level 5 for tier or for like, well, the level 5 is like 10%. This is going to be half as effective in tier 3, but this at half effectiveness is 7%, which means a level 7 gem won't get replaced until you get at least a level 5 gem of that type, which takes a while to get, especially if you're relatively new to tier 3. So if you have like an alt and you don't kind of want to invest, like you maybe want to use their gems to finish gearing up a main that you like, something you can do is if you have like tier 2 gems like sitting around, or you're doing tier 2 boss rush, or you have like tier 2 boss rush tickets, is just do tier 2 boss rush and like combine a lot of gems together, and if you get them level 7 level 8s that you can use, it'll hold that character over for a decent amount of time, because it's not completely ineffective. It is half effectiveness, but if you get them high enough, they'll be on par with level 5s and level 6s. And keep in mind that level 5 gems is really all you need for like normal Vaultant. If I'm mistaken, like level 5 gems, you probably wouldn't have too much of an issue in even hard mode Vaultant with level 5 gems, because really you need more engravings, more for the firepower, more than you would need the gems. So that is a little trick you can keep in mind to also save some time and effort, because when it comes to stuff like that, like this, that kind of ties back to my earlier point of like focusing on one character at a time kind of deal. Funneling materials like gems, mats, you know, stones, leap stones, like whatever you can to one character will get you set up faster than if you spread it all out to all your different characters. Because instead of having, you know, say you have like 4 characters, and then you have one guy, you have guy A, who all of the materials from those 4 characters is getting funneled to one character. And then you have guy B, who all of those characters are all using their own materials on themselves. You give those guys a month, guy A will probably have 2 very well built characters, as he's like funneling materials one at a time. while guy B will have 4 like half-built characters that aren't even anywhere near as effective as the other character. So generally, like this game, and this isn't really like an efficiency thing. I guess you could say it's an efficiency thing because it is being efficient, because I like being efficient, but it makes it, I feel like it makes it a smoother player experience is when you do that. Because to be honest, the reason they say tier 3 is like where the game really like where you start playing the game. Like, to be honest, you don't Lost Ark really doesn't start until you get at least like 1370-ish and get legendary stuff, because a lot of classes just don't feel functional until they get over 1,000 specialization of their specialization class, or over 1,000 swiftness of their swiftness class, or even 1,000 crit. Like 1,000 is kind of where you start seeing the actual way a class will play and what kind of numbers it will pull in the future. Because eventually you'll get to, I think currently in Korea, the max you can have, I think, is 1,800 in one stat. So what'll happen is they'll do like, some builds will vary, it'll depend on what you're playing, but for the most part, builds that run just focus on 2 stats, which would be generally, you know, generally the way most builds will work is you get all, you know, you focus on like crit, and then you get swiftness on the necklace, that kind of thing, or crit, or like you focus all on specialization, you get crit on the necklace. With that, usually with high enough quality and relic accessories and good relic accessories, you'll get roughly around upwards of anywhere from like 15 to about 1,800 of that main stat, and then you'll get roughly like close to 500 of that secondary stat. Again, it's going to depend on quality, because obviously the higher quality, the more stats you get, and you always want to prioritize like earrings and necklaces with high quality, because those usually give you the most stats. Because if you look at your like rings, if you compare two 100 quality rings to 2 100 quality earrings, you will notice that the earrings give you more stats than the rings do. So you generally prioritize high quality on your necklace, because your necklace gives you 2 stats and gives you a lot of it, and then you prioritize high quality on your earrings because those are the next highest stats you get, and that's where the most bulk of your stats come from, is those 3 accessory pieces. So if you like, generally if you look at like Loawa, loawa.com, it's in Korean, but you can kind of translate it and kind of like work your way around it. If you go and you like view people, even some of the top end people, when you look at the quality of their accessories, you'll see like the first 3 accessories have like relatively high quality, and then the rings will have pretty low quality, because the difference between a low quality and a high quality ring is a lot less than the difference between a low quality and a high quality earring or necklace. So that's how you do that. But in Korea, a class isn't considered playable until they get to about 1,500 of whatever that main stat is, especially for specialization classes, because most classes that go with specialization scale very well off of specialization and usually have some sort of really big return off of it. So the most obvious example we have is that most people really at least make an alt of is Shadowhunters. Demonic Impulse Shadowhunter is a specialization hungry class, because the whole thing is you want to get enough specialization so that when you come out of demon form, really it only takes you like a handful of abilities to get enough bar to get back into demon form. And that's one of the very big examples of generally that class, it feels a lot smoother at like 1,000, and then it feels really good at like 1,500, because that's when you get enough specialization to really smooth out the transformations back and forth. And so in Korea, a lot of times it's like if you don't have 1,000, like a 1,500 in that like first stat that you're trying to get, they don't even like, if you tell someone, like if you play on the Korean server and you tell someone, oh, I played a class, and then they look at your character and your character has like 1,200 in that main stat and whatever, they're gonna be like, you didn't actually get to play that class, because you didn't play that class at what it's supposed to be balanced around. Because a lot of these classes are actually balanced around having roughly 1,500 like specialization and having their relic stats equipped. So that's the biggest reason why everywhere in all the other regions you hear that tier 3 Legion raids is when you actually start playing the game, because that is where the game is balanced around, because that's where we're probably going to be stuck in this content for like a year. So that's why right now it kind of feels a little wonky sometimes what classes you're playing, depending on what class you play, because we just aren't at the point where these, especially with the class balance, specifically this last class balance patch, but specifically there was a lot of changes done centered around the relic sets for some of the classes. So some classes might feel a little janky, some classes actually feel a little smoother. Like Wardancer actually isn't so Wardancer was one of the classes that you had to get your relic set to even start really feeling how that class plays, because they had mana problems with the first intention build. The esoteric build not so much, but the first intention build had really bad mana problems and was literally considered unplayable until you get the mana CD reduction set for the relic sets. In this class balance patch, they changed one of their tripods to, instead of being a self crit buff, to being a self mana regeneration buff, which then made it where that playstyle is now playable without that relic set, which means they could play with a different relic set. But again, that balance was kind of more done in mind with relic sets in mind. So some classes really feel pretty jank until they get their relic sets. There are exceptions, like for instance, Sorceress in general for both Igniter and Reflux generally play, I think, more or less the same. They don't really get too affected by the relic set outside of damage numbers. Surge Deathblade prior to the nerf was another one that all the relic set does is just amplify how much damage they deal. It doesn't really affect their playstyle too much. And but the numbers, you know, they had big numbers and they would just get even bigger numbers. So I think that's something that even now a lot of players, if you don't have either A, experience in playing in Russia or Korea, or B, you're like me and I do a lot of research and I look at a lot of streams and a lot of people that are experienced, you don't really realize that we're still playing an incomplete game at the moment, and our game won't even begin to be complete until Viekas comes out, because the complete Lost Ark is with relic sets. Like that's how the game is balanced around. So that's why I'm assuming that we might get Viekas next month. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. And I feel like that's also not an issue that's unique to MMOs or unique to Lost Ark. It's an MMO problem. It's really hard to make an MMO that is simple enough that people can learn themselves and play it, but still have enough complexity to retain attention long term. Because like, if we want examples, Final Fantasy XIV has gone through a simplification process, like of the way the classes play. Before, classes you had the combos where you had to hit buttons in specific orders to get damage buffs and to get damage bonuses, and in some cases get buffs and other effects attached. And then you had also what was called positionals, like we have in Lost Ark, except it was worse because in Final Fantasy XIV, the tanks had positionals for front attacks, but all the DPS had back and flank attacks, was what they would have had. Final Fantasy XIV, I would say like about 2 expansions ago, was a much more complicated game than it is now. And then in comparison, World of Warcraft was relatively, I guess you could say, simple in how it works, because it's very cookie cutter. At least to me, I thought it was simple. But then again, I have more experience in World of Warcraft than I did in 14. But the big thing though is that MMOs have a very, very big wall that a player has to like get over. You don't open all the tests in Korean and most things that people. Yeah, that's definitely a big learning curve, and I feel like that's definitely a unique Lost Ark thing. That is 100% true, because like, if you've played any Western MMO, they don't have this sort of like roster bound chess systems and stuff like that. So that definitely is a problem that is very unique to Lost Ark, where if you've never played or you've never done any research or you don't know anybody who knows any better, you're kind of conditioned in other MMOs to just open everything when you get it. And it's like, don't do it. Oh, yeah. I've done that. I did that. I'll admit it. I did it when I was honing this character yesterday. I was in tier 2 and I was trying to get tier 2 leapstones, and I opened tier 1 leapstones instead. Like that's, yeah, and it just sucks. That makes me be like, can I like put those back in? And, like, can we like rewind like 2 seconds? Yeah, that's I still think that I think that maybe in the future we might see, instead of having chests that are roster bound, I think they might eventually make just materials roster bound. I know that according to Rocks, there was enough like requests on the forums for it that Amazon themselves have like basically sent that as feedback to Smilegate. Whether or not Smilegate will do anything about it is kind of like, it's kind of debatable. I don't think in the long, like in the grand scheme of things, it would really affect anything too badly because you go through material so quickly anyway, especially once we get higher up. And it's like, it's just like, yeah. Well, because like for instance, I know like, bro, I have so many like tier 2 leap stones on my striker who he's not going to use it anytime soon. My striker has like 1500 tier 2 leap stones. He doesn't need that many for where he's at. Like, I could have sent like half of those over to the destroyer and it would have been fine, but I couldn't because they were all bound leap stones. like my striker has been 1000 for like a month and a half. Like that fool has a lot of leap stones. like I could have spread that love around, but no, you know, the game didn't give me an option for that. I would even take like, they could even add like even if they didn't want to make it roster bound, right? They could add a vendor where it's like, hey, we'll package up your mats into a roster bound chest, but at a loss. And I'd be like, that's fair. You know, at a loss, you know, maybe spend a little bit of silver or gold to do it. Like, just give me something to do with them, right? Just give me something to do with them. That's all we ask. Smilegate, that's all we ask. But I don't know, we'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, I feel like one of the reasons that we notice these problems so much is because of how friendly the rest of the system is to having alts, right? Like skill potions, roster bound. Runes, roster bound. Like, you know, engraving books, roster bound. Like, you know, all that kind of stuff. So it kind of makes when stuff like that, like the bound materials, the payons, all that kind of stuff, it kind of gets more amplified because you have like, it's like you have like a perfect white piece of paper and then someone put like, you know, ink splashes all over it and you're like, and it's such a glaring problem. And it's like, that's always a good and a bad thing about like MMOs. Well, it's actually video games in general, that, you know, they're really good, but then they drop the ball on certain things that are so obvious because of how good the rest of the game is to play. And a lot of that is, you know, teaching players, like having something quick in game to teach players like, hey, don't open chests more than you need. Hey, make sure to double check what chest you're opening so that you don't accidentally use the wrong things. Making more things roster bound, you know, stuff like that. Like, it definitely becomes more glaring when you put it on the backdrop of the rest of the game, which is unfortunate, but it's also kind of like just normal. Also, we're gonna get like kinda sweaty in this, just a little sweaty, because it is technically a PvP mode. And I am a very competitive person. Oh. Gotcha. I've gotten a lot better at aiming those big snowballs. Oh shit. I'm out, baby. Peace out, scrub. There we go. Oh. I'm so bad at aiming these right now. Oh my god, where's my team? Team, help. Bobbed and weaved. If there's one thing I got very good at in Snowpang is running for my life. Is running for my life. I've had moments where I've been like a snowman and I've still been able to like out juke people. Long way because someone was there. I always forget that these little spots are safety spots for the blizzard, but it is all good. All right, I think from the sheer amount of people that like respawned, we're probably not doing too hot with the team. We're probably not doing too hot, but that's okay. I like Snowpang. Snowpang's kind of, oh shit, oh shit. I didn't even realize, I was too busy looking like over here that I was getting like sniped from a corner. Pick up a snowball. And then we go over here. I will say that for Snowpang, like if you're on the right side team, you do have an advantage for like teleport points because you get more visual. You can like snipe people with your E off of the the dome, like off of the place you can teleport to from the right side compared to the left side. I don't think I've contributed like any points this map. So bad right now. I usually do a lot better in Snowpang. But... oh. Ooh, that one was close. Ooh, I got points on that one. I hugged that one around the edge. Caught that one. Ooh, that one's close. That one's close. Oh no, I ate too many. I was trying to like save him, and I ate too many. Make him pay, make him pay. Yeah, no, I don't think we're doing too hot. Ah, it's 57 to 68. That's actually. It's just I keep seeing more of our guys like respawn in batches than their guys, so I'm like, nah, we might not be doing that well. Oh, am I gonna hit with a blizzard here? Just hide. Nobody ever expects the snowman in the bush. And that's a fact, because there's been plenty of times I got turned into a snowman and then I've hidden in a bush and people just like run past me. And yo, the legendary one? The one from the tier 3 guys? That's huge. That's huge. Yeah. Nice. Grats. Yeah, I got mine from Moke. I think like a week ago. Gotcha. Can't see my... oh shit. I'll say their whole team is right here. Yo, she got them Apex tap strafe abilities. Oh, I'm jealous. I still haven't gotten I haven't gotten the Omnium Star, but I have gotten 2 Papu Crabs. So I am kind of winning on the RNG thing. So I only need 1 more Papu Crab for for the cooking for Punica. So but yeah, I'm still missing the Omnium Star from him. I don't have the Omnium Star from the Chaos Gate, the Chaos line, the weekly dungeon, even though I forgot to do it last week with all the pre-prep I was doing. Also, are you gonna give me Island Soul today? Not. Whoa. So I am still kind of like winning a bit on the RNG. Where's my... oh, they don't get summoned on here. But all right, so I'm gonna put this in storage. But anyway, this is usually where I end my streams for the day. So like always, I do appreciate you guys for watching. My stream schedule is Monday through Friday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Central. So, you know, if you have free time around that time, feel free to come back, hang out. I do have a Twitter to follow and a YouTube. The YouTube is mostly for thank you for the follow, Mr. Hoon. The YouTube is more archivey, but there is some videos on there for like prep list, for like if you want to prep for new characters, new classes and stuff like that. It's a pretty generalistic video that's on there, so you can use it for all classes. So it's pretty good. You can follow my Twitter to keep up to date. Currently I am kind of like helping nurse my father back in at home because he had a surgery on his hip recently. So if I ever have to like you know, not stream or anything, there is an update panel here on Twitch, but Twitter will definitely be the place I can like up to date things more often. But anyway, the next time I'll stream is Monday, so I hope you guys have a great weekend, a good Lost Ark, and I hope RNG is in your favor on your hones. So catch you guys next time.